Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Welcome back. Did y'all enjoy having a day off yesterday? I gotta say I did. We give Judge Bev a little bit of a hard time sometimes, but I do kind of love her lackadaisical schedule. I like having a surprise day off to take advantage of. It was wonderful. We had a beautiful day here. I took the dog out for a very long walk. Went and saw my grandmother, played around outside at my house on the yard. Really, really very enjoyable day. And right at the time of the year where it's just so nice to be out there. It's very pleasant. Things get a little harsh here as we get closer and closer into summer. Gets dry, gets dusty, get a lot of dust in the air. And then you get wildfire season, you get smoke in the air. It gets a little hard to breathe sometimes. So enjoy it while it's nice the way that it is. So we know we are coming back to Jen McCabe's cross-examination. AJ told us he's got 1.5, maybe 2 hours left to go over with her. And then Mr. Brennan predicts a short redirect. So before lunch, we're done. About lunch, we'll be done. Not totally sure yet. You know, you give your time estimate and typically it's going to run long. That's just how it tends to work. But that at least is the plan. That's the plan. So something weird happened with my waiting for the live stream. That's fine. I got it. So I thought it might be helpful to kind of, since we know a lot of this stuff already from the last trial, kind of get a little bit of a preview of what are some of the things we might be talking about with Jen McCabe today. Now, remember, does Jen McCabe, is she, move the needle one way or the other on whether John O'Keefe was hit by a car? No, she doesn't. She's just kind of the chief lying liar who lies under the, defense theory of what happened. Not that we're asserting a specific defense theory of what happened this time. It doesn't seem like. But either way, she's the one who's sus, and she's the one who raises the red flags about, isn't there more here that should have been investigated, that Proctor should have followed up on Lank, et cetera, et cetera. By far from the only shady behavior, but just because we have her phone. She let her phone get extracted, and so we know a lot more about how Jen was engaged in shenanigans than we know about, for example, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. So what are the things we still have to talk about? Well, she made an awful lot of phone calls to John O'Keefe's phone and then deleted them. A lot of deleted calls to John O'Keefe's phone. She made calls to John and then deleted them at 12:14, 12:18, 12:29, 12:41, again at 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. And then that's the night in question. Then the following morning, starting at 4:59, 5:04, 5:08, 5:09, 5:14, 5:25, 5:35. Or 5:31, 5:52. Next morning, maybe we can make a, we could look at that as she's helping. This is after Karen gets a hold of her, trying to find John. We're reaching out, see if he's going to answer the phone. But not. Why did we delete all these? Why did we delete all these? Is it a crime to delete calls? No, it certainly isn't. It certainly isn't. But it just kind of stands out. Why these ones and not other ones? Why did you choose to delete these ones? some other phone calls that she made that she deleted. She did mention in her direct examination that she called Tom Beatty. Tom Beatty. I think she explained this was a friend of John's, and that was her explanation, but he didn't answer. Well, she actually called Tom 3 times. She called Tom 3 times. Deleted all of those call records. Not sure why. And then there is that 607, 608 pair of phone calls to Nicole Albert before the first responders arrive, but right after she calls 911, she calls Nicole. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that at least one of those calls was answered, perhaps briefly, but I believe it was answered. Let me just see if I can find that out real quick. Not sure I have that detail down in anybody's spreadsheet. Yes, here it is. 9-second phone call. At 6:07:42, Jen calls Nicole. She hasn't mentioned any of this in her direct examination. Is she going to have an explanation for it? Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure she's going to have an explanation for it. But who didn't have an explanation for it, because it doesn't make sense with the timeline that Jen has explained here. Remember, according to Jen, after John is put in the ambulance and all of this stuff has happened at the scene, 6:30ish is when we watched her on the dash cam go inside the house, wake up Brian and Nicole, and then it took like 5 minutes for the lights to come on, which seemed a little bit weird to me. Why does it take so long for you to wake somebody up? Did they get dressed why would you get dressed in the dark? You'd turn your lights on. That whole situation. But if you already woke Nicole up by calling her half an hour early, then why are they hanging out inside pretending to be asleep? So Nicole explained this was it was some butt activity by her phone. Didn't happen. No, just because the phone record said it was answered and there was a 9-second call. That isn't what really happened. That isn't what really happened. Just wrong. The police reports are wrong. Celebrate's wrong. The health data is wrong. Common explanation we've gotten for a lot of these discrepancies. What Jen did call a butt dial was all of those calls after midnight to John O'Keefe. She called, said those were butt dials. That was not her trying to find his phone, trying to get a hold of him, whatever. She didn't mention any of it on her direct. There's perfectly plausible explanation for it in my view. You said you saw them drive off, so you call in to try to figure out what's going on. He doesn't answer. Okay, I guess they're not coming. That would have been a plausible explanation to me. But that's not the one we got. We got the explanation that these are all butt dials. So part of the reason why the butt dials being the explanation is a problem is another thing we have to cover here is Jen's health data. They have health data both from Jen's iPhone and her watch, her Apple Watch. And they don't always correspond, which is interesting. I don't know if they would be expected to in every instance, but certainly if these are both supposed to be reliably recording the same kinds of activities, steps, and so forth, you'd at least have a general, maybe they don't register it exactly the same. So this one might say 10 steps and that one might say 12 steps or something like that. But You'd expect at least a general correspondence of those things. You don't necessarily see it, which is quite interesting. But there are some interesting problems with Jen's health data. She just explained to us on the stand, she's explained before, she got up and went to the door and looked out and saw Karen's car in various positions. And so that's what triggered her sending these texts to John. Pull up behind me, here, hello, etc. The problem is that according to the health data, Jen doesn't move at all. She doesn't move at all between 12:25 and 12:41. She doesn't move at all. Her phone doesn't move. Her watch doesn't move. But after 12:41, she starts moving around a lot. She starts moving around a lot. She takes a lot of steps and moves a pretty long distance, pretty constantly up until about 1:45. Then there's a very short little gap to 1:55 where there's a couple of steps, maybe getting out of the car, changing places or something like that. Then 2:13, probably when they got home. It's what we can seem to infer from the timeline. Until 2:33. But the time period when she says, I got up to look at the door and saw Karen's car outside, it's a 15-minute gap when, according to her devices, she's not going anywhere. And then when she says, well, I'm done, so I went back to the table, the car was gone, and we just had our party, that's literally when she starts moving around, according to the health data. And that's mostly the data on her watch. It's telling us what she's doing that morning. Your phone, you can put down, you can leave it on the table, you can plug it into the charger or whatever. Not necessarily carrying your phone around with you the entire time, but your watch is generally going to be on your wrist while you're out somewhere. Take it off when you get home maybe, but while you're out, your watch is going to be with you. So we have a timeline discrepancy. We have a conflict with Jen's account of what was happening. The data does not substantiate her version of events. So I expect we're going to hear a little bit about that. Those phone calls I mentioned, Tom Beatty and Nicole, didn't mention any of that. Oh, and remember the 911 call? The 911 call got captured on the voicemail, John's voicemail, because Karen left her phone with an open call running in the back of Carrie's car. And that's how they picked up the 911 call. Well, Jen made this phone call to Nicole, these two phone calls to Nicole, pretty much right after she's done talking to 911. Wonder if we're going to hear that. Wonder if we might hear that. Oh, and then, just something else I also noted when I was looking through the call logs. Let me find it again so I can get the time right. Remember that Jen testified she doesn't have Kerry Roberts' number, so she texted Karen to get it, but she never heard back. But nevertheless, she made a phone call to Kerry Roberts at 7:33 in the morning. She deleted it, but she made a call to Kerry Roberts at 7:33 and another call to Kerry Roberts at 7:49. Calls that she deleted from her cell phone. So where did she get Kerry's number? Where did she get Kerry's number? She doesn't have incoming and outgoing calls in between then that she might have got it from. She get a text from somebody else, or did one of the law enforcement give her Carrie's number? Don't know. It's just a little hole that seems like it might need to be filled. Might not. Maybe it doesn't matter, but it's a piece of her story that doesn't seem to be substantiated. So a lot of deleted calls, like I mentioned, the fact that they were deleted, surely that is going to come up. Because sure, it's not a crime to delete your calls, but you got to wonder, well, why these calls? Why these calls and not the other ones? Are we going to ask? I don't think we want to ask, because she'll have an explanation. But just the fact of it is what you want in. Maybe make a little consciousness of guilt argument would make sense in this situation. There's some group chats in the days following John O'Keefe being found, and some not very good stuff in that group chat. There's obviously a number of them involved in the group chat, so I don't know if we'll get to it with Jen McCabe or if we'll get to it with some of the other witnesses, but it certainly is possible that we could introduce it here, and then you just keep hitting on it every time one of the chat group chat participants comes in. If it's good information for you, if it's a good fact, then repetition is not a bad thing. So we might hear about that. The most significant one of the group texts. I mean, there were a few, but the one that really stood out to people was, "Tell them the guy didn't come in the house." Pretty sure that was from Matt. And that was, I don't remember if it was the day after or a couple days after this happened. And there's, press outside. They're seeing press outside. They're watching the MSP and like keeping track of the MSP showing up outside 34 Fairview. And like, it kind of looks like they're trying to spy on them a little bit, see what they're doing. So that is still to come. Haven't heard anything about that in this trial yet, but we definitely heard about that in the last trial. And then, of course, the biggest thing with Jen McCabe, Hos long to die in cold. Hos long to die in cold. So she previously gave a story. Looks like they're getting started about how that happened.
The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Giannetti.
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
You wanted to see me, so we go to sidebar. We can't do it in open court for some reason. She gave the previous story in the first trial that we heard about the Hos long to die in cold search, and she's describing being inside the patrol car with Karen and with Carrie, and the holding hands and the praying, and then Karen says Google hypothermia. And then things got chaotic because they were taking John to the ambulance. We already know her timeline doesn't work. We saw that on Wednesday when they're going through the dash cam video, kind of the order, the sequence of events. You didn't go into the patrol car until after John had already been moved into the ambulance. So that part of it's wrong. But the really important thing is that, in the prior version, they were in the car, and in the version she's telling in this trial, now they no longer are. I didn't go back and look at Jen's testimony from the first trial. I just looked at my notes from it. But I'm just wondering how slippery she was then. I mean, she's very slippery now. We know she was slippery then, but as far as did she ever come out and explicitly say, when I searched Hos long to die in cold, we were in the back of the patrol car? I just wonder if that's if she's going to try to wiggle out of that too. It's not inconsistent. That's not exactly what I said. It's not what I meant. You misunderstood me at the first trial. I just wonder if she gave herself enough wiggle room there too, that she might be able to claim she's not actually changing her story this time. Don't think it would have come up at the grand jury, because that's before the Hos long to die in cold kind of issue came out. It was the defense that caught it in the report, became a big, big issue in the pretrial litigation. I want to say, I think around spring 2023. It was about April. It was about April. It was conveniently right around the time that Jen McCabe is having the feds come knock on her door and want to have a little chat. Are we going to get more goodies like that? More little pieces of new information that it looks like they probably got from the FBI since the first trial? I find it very difficult to believe if they had that 302 from the first trial. If they had that before the first trial, they would have used it. Lying to the FBI. I mean, that was good. I mean, look at how that landed. That hit her so hard, the whole demeanor shift, suddenly deer in the headlights. If they had that before, they would have used it. So strong implication to me, they've gotten it since. We already know from the ARCA hearings that the defense had to do an updated TUI request to the feds to get, clarity on what they're allowed to do with ARCA or not. And they ultimately got the permission. It does make me wonder, was it a more comprehensive TUI request than perhaps just what's the situation with ARCA? Give us anything new that you can. Guys, another piece of this too, if the federal investigation has officially been concluded on their end, they've closed their file, that means the investigative exemption for withholding documents, it no longer applies. That justification is, I'm not going to give you this stuff because if I do, it could jeopardize an ongoing investigation. You would know stuff you're not supposed to know. It would reveal who I'm talking to. It would reveal perhaps some of the tools that I'm using. If I'm using wiretaps, if I'm getting call detail records and doing location, I'm getting geolocation information, stuff like that. You can't reveal that while the investigation is ongoing, or you'll tip people off so that they can adjust their behavior. I'll stop using my phone, et cetera, et cetera. But when your investigation is over, that doesn't apply. If you've closed it without charges, that doesn't apply. So hypothetically, if it is true what we've heard, if it is true what Mr. Brennan told us in open court, that the feds contacted the district attorney's office and they contacted Helena Rafferty, chief of police, told them the investigation's over, and that's true, it is over, well, that might actually open the door to the defense getting a little bit more information. So could be. That's why they got that. That's why they got that 302. So I do wonder if there's anything else in there they might have received. I doubt that there's other 302s, and I'll tell you why. We saw the scurrying already. The way I see this going down.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
The way I see this going down.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Feds show up at Jen McCabe's house. This is out of the blue. She's stunned. We see her scramble. She's calling Kerry. She's calling Brian. She's calling Norfolk DA's office. She's trying to figure out what's going on. She's the first one to know. And so then she sits down for the brief interview. Remember, she's like, it's very brief. And then she terminated it. It's very brief. This was information gathering on her part. She wants to find out, what are they asking about? What do they want to know? So she can report it back to the others. But she cut it short, and she hires a lawyer. They all did the same thing. They all lawyered up. They're not having that. She tells them right away, oh shit, they're asking about John O'Keefe. So I doubt that there's other 302s, because I really doubt anybody else agreed to talk to the FBI. But I wonder if they'll have records of attempts to do that. Just kind of curious to see how any of that plays out. Love to know if we're going to find out more about the FBI.
Tori.
So that's just my little preview of some of the topics. It's quite a bit of stuff, that we still have that we could go over. 2.5 hours. Yeah, seems pretty easy, especially with how difficult it is to pry an answer out of Jen McCabe to the question that you're actually asking. So last time seemed like we ended the day with Mr. Jackson being a little bit frustrated. Kind of hard to tell sometimes maybe how much of that is pure and how much of that is a little performative. You're communicating to the jury. I'm frustrated with how this witness is behaving. You should be frustrated too. Could be either or both or a combination of those things. But he's had a day to stop and think and get his mind in order, his materials in order, his plan set. And let's see how he starts this off.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and they shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Re, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Let's go, AJ.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Time to be clutch.
Able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing
Time to be clutch.
independent research or investigation into this case. Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Gray, houndstooth, it looks like, or maybe just a kind of check pattern, neutral colors on Karen today. I did like that blue so much that she had on Wednesday. It was such a good blue.
Whatever you want.
I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be
Tweed, yes, thank you. Thank you, chat. Tweed is what I'm looking for.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV outside
gonna clean
out
some
of the
stuff up
front
here?
door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782
Jackson.
lines 24 through
Bringing
25.
it home.
Going to 783 lines 1 through
This is how you impeach,
13
guys.
or so.
It's got it. Cleaning it up. I love it. Reading it verbatim.
actually 1 through 3.
And watch. Judge is going to let him do it because he's doing it right. I love this.
It's 782 going to 783. Mayor Perchon.
Yes.
Yes. Get that transcript in, AJ. Make her admit it or get it in if she doesn't. Oh, she's already
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little
blinking.
bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Get it in,
Take a
AJ.
look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, but she's going to find something else now to try to nitpick. This is good. See how effective this is? Just read
Yeah,
her own
for sure.
words back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Love it. I love
Does
it.
that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, to what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period." Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
Go ahead and put the transcript in, AJ, if you want.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
Good job, AJ. Now she's testified to it. It is in evidence.
You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
He's laying a very good foundation to be able to
Would it refresh your recollection?
argue to the court that she's being unresponsive, non-responsive,
Yes, thank you.
because he's keeping it clean. These are questions she should be able to answer. There's no trick. There's no, he's loading it up. He's coloring it, trying to force her to accept that. He's not being argumentative.
Familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Oh, I really like what I'm seeing. This is good. This is clean. He's keeping it cold. He's not reacting to her. Go ahead and wiggle. We all see it. We all see the wiggling. He's still going through the refreshing and letting her read it all before he asks her about it, which is how she generates her explanations for what's in there. He doesn't have to. He could go straight to impeachment. Easy way to do that is do you deny it? Okay, you don't remember, but do you deny that that's what you said?
May I approach?
Yes.
But it's not the only way.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
He's going to object and he wants to be heard. Not sure what we're objecting to, other than we are setting up her not having mentioned that conversation with Nicole, perhaps. Is that what we're leading up to? Or just the call to Tom Beatty happened 3 times? I don't recall that there is actually a call record for Jen to Julie. I don't think that there is. The phone calls start. She gets the phone call from Karen. Then she calls John O'Keefe twice. She speaks with Karen again. Then there's a few more calls to John. Then Karen calls her again. Then John. Then she calls Karen. Then she calls John again. Then she calls Karen. Then she calls Tom Beatty. Then they arrive at Meadows. She calls John again, and she calls Tom Beatty again. And then on the drive back over towards Fairview, she tries calling Tom Beatty again. And this one shows answered for 2 seconds. Could that be voicemail? I'm not sure. I don't know if Celebrite is going to tell us whether the call was, answered because the stream freeze. No, they're just not showing us the fan. Whether it was answered, because a human answered it or because the voicemail answered it. Not sure we're necessarily going to know that, but nevertheless, it's treated differently than the other calls. The first call, let's see, the first call to Tom Beatty, not answered. The second call to Tom Beatty, not answered. But then the third one, yes, answered. And there's a 2-second call. So something happened to change it. Maybe she hung up the first couple times, before it went. She got the hint. Okay, it's rung 4 times. It's 5 a.m. They're not answering. I don't know. But just a little bit of a discrepancy. Just a bit of a discrepancy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object. That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
Well,
You said on that
if it's
day,
not a story,
you spoke to Karen Reed,
it should be the same, right?
On which day? What are we talking
the day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Put her down.
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in
What did
those
you tell the grand
first few
jury?
minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you.
don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you
It
about
should be
your memory.
easy.
You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question.
Yes, that's
Answering these
allowed.
Questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan, page back.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Refresh your recollection, look at the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
If it's the same every time, then surely you would be able to identify the names you told the grand jury. You don't remember telling them anything different, do you? No, so it would be the same. Is that your testimony? Because you're not telling a story, you're just reporting what happened, and what happened hasn't changed. between January 28th and the grand jury in here. That's all the same, isn't it? So it shouldn't be difficult to remember what you told the grand jury because nothing has changed. So did you tell the grand jury the same thing?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Well, that's a dare, isn't it? Your answer is always the same, but it isn't.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds.
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
The jury will be the judge of that, won't they?
Later that morning of January 29th. And by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Just a casual check-in
Later
with
that morning
Nicole.
on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with
You should be able to
Massachusetts State
explain
Trooper
that
Michael
easily.
Proctor. Did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
He's denied it. He's moving. You'll get it in with Proctor.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You'll get into it with Proctor, AJ. It's fine. This is good. This is good. She is cooking. This is
He
cooking.
also told, I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, we can just set that, please.
I love this, AJ. I love what he's doing, man. This is much more of that surgical approach, isn't it? And notice how when he does it like this, he's not arguing with her. He's not yelling at her. He's not telling her she's like stupid and unbelievable or just whatever, it's outrageous. He's not getting emotional. Bev is letting him do it. She's letting him do it when he does it like this because he's keeping it tight. So when she runs on and on and on and on, and he says, "You finished?" If he'd been arguing with her, she would have chastised him, no commentary, but she allowed it because he's making it clear what he's going for. He's not needling her, picking at her. He's just asking, "Are you finished?"
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? What's freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told
And
Trooper
what did it
Proctor
look
on
like?
that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Object to the face.
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
No, you don't have
Refresh
to.
your recollection.
It can be done
Look at a
now.
copy of his notes. If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here
Oh,
today,
now the
are you
evil glare.
telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day?
That's all you said.
Yes,
Like
I
you
know.
wrote it
Yes,
down.
that was one way. Mhm.
Yes. Look at how that works. So it's possible you said that. Yeah. Possible you said it's correct.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Group chat
Did
is
you and your
coming.
family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Oh, I am just so happy with what I'm seeing here. And look at her. Look at her. She's so uncomfortable. She's not winning this,
I have
is
a
she?
two-page document that I'd like to have marked. Right.
Right?
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I did. I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. You're welcome.
Thank you.
AJ putting in the work this morning. Oh, love to see it.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that two-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, it's mine.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Nervous.
Did you happen to
Nervous.
catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
He doesn't necessarily have the foundation that this is inconsistent or it's a statement against interest or whatever we have to overcome. But this is going so much better, guys. This is going so much better. Mark it, lay your foundation with it by going through. What did you testify before that was, what if you just testified that this chat is inconsistent with? All we got to do is establish the inconsistency. That's our foundation to make this admissible evidence. And then it can and will come in for impeachment. We looked at that rule on Wednesday. Judge has very limited discretion to refuse impeachment evidence. In fact, their case law, their language from the case law really says she has no discretion. No discretion. So we have the foundation set up clearly that this is impeachment. It's coming in. It's coming in. Oh, man. He went there. Are you denying you said it? Are you denying you said it? So it's possible you could have. AJ. Okay. AJ went back to his corner. He went back to his corner and he listened to his coaches. I love it. They helped him correct for the next round. I'm just so happy with what I'm seeing here because he has absolutely tuned up his approach. It is working better. Look at how much better this is working with the judge. Okay, the only thing that has been sustained so far is when he's asking her about the contents of Michael Proctor's report and asking her to comment about it. Is it inconsistent with what he wrote down? Is his report wrong, etc.? His report is not in evidence yet. So we can't talk about the contents of his report yet, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've already got the record that we need that, here's what she's saying. She's saying, here's what she told Trooper Proctor. We understand from the questioning, it's different than what Mr. Proctor wrote in his report. Why do we know that? Because we're quoting verbatim from the report when we're confronting her with that statement, quoting verbatim her prior statement. So we know it's different. And we don't have to get into what's in Michael Proctor's report until Michael Proctor is on the stand. So we get to follow up and touch on all this again when Michael Proctor is on the stand. So that's the only thing that's getting objected to. And he may be doing that just to make the point, knowing that it's going to be sustained. She's not going to be forced to answer, but just to spell that out for the jury. This is inconsistent. You're saying it's wrong. File this away. It's wrong. There is an inconsistency between what you're saying you said and what Michael Proctor says that you said. She's letting it go because this is good. This is good. This is how you do it. Keeping it cool. God, he's showing such good discipline. Such good discipline. Just a few little flashes that he's getting away with. You finished? You can definitely read that and take something from that. And she allowed it because of how he's doing this cross. We know that's what you're saying today. You've said it 4 or 5 times. Another little bit of commentary. But that's not my question. She's allowing him to reorient Jen McCabe to what we're actually talking about, not what you want to say. We know you want to say that. We know you've said that multiple times, but that's not my question. Do try to focus. When you keep it cool and calm and polite, she lets him do it. She's letting him do it. Oh, I love this. I really do. I really do. I imagine that this sidebar is dealing with the hearsay issue and the process of how do you actually get this text message in. It's been marked for identification. Normal process, yes, you mark it for identification so that we have a record of what we're talking about. In fact, everything that we've shown Jen should be marked for identification because we want the clerk to have it. We want it to be part of our record if we need to go back and look at, what was she referring to when her recollection was refreshed. We want that in the record. So perfect world, good record, all of this is marked. Everything that we've shown Jen. It doesn't necessarily all come in. If it's just used to refresh her, it doesn't come in. But if she denies it, no, I wasn't refreshed, then it may come in. Might have to wait with things like Michael Proctor's report, Trooper Prince's report, Michael Lank's report, Sergeant Good's report, all the other reports that we've heard about. We may have to wait until those officers come in and testify. And it may not come in then anyway, because we may just get it out of their direct testimony. Yeah, that's what she told me. But that's how you kind of create that continuity so that somebody looking back over the process of this case knows the order of events, knows exactly, here's what we were looking at. It was the same thing that was then shown later on to, Sergeant Lank when he was on the stand. So you mark everything that you're going to be showing the witness. But then you lay your foundation for what you're going to do with it. You recognize it. You previously testified X, whatever. You previously testified that you didn't coordinate any communications with the press. But did you text? Read it verbatim. Were you part of a group chat where this verbatim conversation was had? I don't remember. I'm not sure exactly what word can I see what you're looking at? Would it refresh your recollection? You don't have to. You have that option. Would it refresh your recollection? Or you could just ask, do you deny? Do you deny that this conversation took place? Do you deny it? Well, I'm not really sure. So I'm not saying it didn't happen. Am I understanding that correctly?
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
It's admitted.
47 Silver.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do.
Limiting
Mr. Jackson,
instruction
your
is
turn.
what Mr. Brennan wanted.
with the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative
Sorry guys, trying to
copy of what you're looking at? It's just been
get the
marked
things in the right
for
place.
evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last four digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
2 explanations after talk tomorrow. 2 exclamation points. I'm just going to notice that kind of thing.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Why? Didn't you all know?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Right.
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Right.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment.
Don't want to text about it. Right.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
She doesn't like how this is going.
8 pages.
Documents
in
are great.
total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148.
The documents are great because she's stuck with them.
May I
She doesn't get to
approach this?
explain around.
Thank
She
you.
has to
You see
admit,
that
yeah,
document, flip through it, and let
this
me know
is
when
my
you're finished.
text.
This is the document we discussed at Sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
So this is another one. Another series of group texts. She's letting him do all this. Reading every single one very carefully. Pulled back a little there when she read that one. Oh, look at that glance. That was a glance. Look at how close she is to them. She is hungry to read what's in here that she's going to have to explain. Her little brain is spinning, 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 spinning. She's looked at them all, but she doesn't want to hand it. No, okay. Just having a hard time turning the page. Looking back and forth. She doesn't want to hand this document back. She's buying time to try to think about this. Is this tell them the guy went in the house?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that concludes.
So it's overruled. She's letting it in. Oh, this is going so well.
Jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to making the statement.
Consciousness of guilt. It's consciousness of guilt. That's the state of mind.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Who's Channel 4? Is that a news?
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
Oof.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining.
There it
They
is.
have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Uncle Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
Tell them the guy never
What
went in
does
the house.
tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Exactly.
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in
Guy
response
never came
to
in
the
the
text
house.
above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Good, AJ.
This
We
is a
don't need
green
the letter
box, so I presume
explained.
this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Who's she?
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
See where it reads,
Having a hard time, isn't she?
if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's
truly
referring to
not
as
sure?
the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
Show us the screen again, camera person.
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Kerry is here going over timeline.
Who's the Kerry referring to?
Kerry Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
Letting the text tell the story. This is beautiful.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me to Nicole to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry.
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
The
Your
very
phone?
first, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Oh.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
She's telling him everything.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes,
And then you follow up with what?
all the stuff.
Next text,
All
please.
the stuff. She's telling him all the stuff after you
Who's this
handed her
responsive
the
text from?
phone.
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please.
Ugh. An episode indeed.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please.
Live texting the interview.
Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the
Oh my
timestamp on this?
God. Are
That
you listening?
is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Kerry Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
And later,
Ah.
a couple hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Dr. Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not my
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes,
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the
Brian?
house during her interview other than you?
And
the troopers?
Matt?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter. There
So
was-
of the people on this text chain, the only
Brian?
person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
Oh, Brian wasn't there? I thought Brian was there. No, that was the day before. That's my bad. I'm getting
Who's this
confused
from and
about
who's it to?
all the
It's
interviews
from
at
me
Jen's
to
house.
Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Kerry that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Kerry Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Kerry Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Kerry, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
See how these texts hedge her in? She can't
Who's
explain.
this from and who's it to?
This is
Take
from
us
me
to
to
admit them.
Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text.
I
about
love it.
Kerry Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What do you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please.
Good. Good.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Kerry Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Kerry kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Yes,
That may be the end
naturally.
of it.
Yeah, it is.
He wouldn't
Is that
just
the last
leave the
text on
interview.
page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was none of his business
Do
anyway.
you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
I love this so much. Oh my God, I got so many good things to say about this.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
He's confronting her about the consciousness of guilt. He doesn't need to do that. We already know she's not going to give it to him. You don't have to do this, AJ. You can just argue this because this will get argumentative. This is where, she'll not answer the question. She'll answer the question she wanted to be asked. What we were doing was da 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 da. She won't directly, and then he'll, try to keep pinning her on it. And it doesn't really matter. We understand her explanations. This is what he did so beautifully, walking her through those texts. When she wants to interject with the explanation or he invites her even sometimes to explain, he just lets it sit. Okay, because the jury can judge for itself. Does that really make sense in light of what I'm reading here? Does that really add up? Does that really add up? Or is this on its face a ridiculous explanation for what we're seeing, which is these guys live tweeting, practically live texting Kerry's interview?
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
I thought you all knew what had happened.
Discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Babysitter with benefits. Are we going to hear it now?
I want to change gears for a second, Miss
No.
McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. It's parked. Thank you, Your Honor.
How long was she in the house? Did they geofence it, the feds? Do we have more information? Is that why Jen is being squirrely about maybe she went inside to go to the bathroom?
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yes.
They didn't, though, did they? They went somewhere else first. Where did they go? Where did
You
they go?
spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding.
Ooh,
a
the
year ago,
prep.
correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that
The next day.
in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Kerry Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
So she's denied it.
It was 11 days later
So well done.
that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from,
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue?
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Kerry Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Kerry Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct? Okay.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it.
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Kerry's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
AJ, you are on fire. He's on fire, guys. She's looking over at the O'Keefes. Did you get your reassurance or not? You didn't give that little smile this time. They may be not so happy with how this is going this time. Not looking at the jury so much anymore either, is she?
Good. Okay.
Is she?
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit L for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Still looking over at the O'Keefes. Very quick glance at the jury, but no eye contact there, huh? Just checking in to see if they're watching. Jen always checking in on everything.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
It's not in evidence, so we can't describe the contents. And there may be an issue about, it coming in, but it sounds like this is maybe FBI geolocation information that they did, geofence kind of stuff, or they can track people's location through call detail records, guys. They can go to the phone company and get records of where your phone was at any particular point in time. They don't need your phone to do that. They don't need your phone to do that. There's a map on it. Yeah, I know what it was. Does this document say Cell Hawk on it, perhaps? Oh, what was Cyrays? I can't remember now the name of Cyrays software. A lot of these different programs out there. Law enforcement can put in the information from the call detail records and create maps where your phone was. How interesting. How interesting. Tracks. Yes. Thank you, CH. Tracks. Cellhawk. Something like that. Something like that. Wonder if that's what it is. This is just going so well. This is going so well. We just got a little brief show of the closed captioning that we can't hear because the sound is off, but did it just say tracks? Did it just say tracks in the closed captioning? Are they having a chat about a document that says tracks up there at Sidebar? Man, worlds collide. I'm telling you, worlds collide in criminal justice. I love it because Trax is Cyray's program. Cyray is the defense expert over in Koberger. It's one of the 0.1% of times that Mr. Ray has ever testified. It's the first time he's ever testified for the defense, but 0.1% of the times he's ever even worked for the defense. He is a cop. He's a cop's cop. He was a cop. He developed this for cops. He trained cops. He works with cops. He's on Team Cop. But here he is over here. Potentially the feds are using Cyray's software tracks to create some maps. Are we going to get to see it?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
He's getting oriented to what's on here that he's going to ask
Do you
about.
see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page.
They did. They tracked her.
Skip over
They got her
page 3
call
and just
detail
go straight to
records.
page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview.
Fairview.
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
She went
yes.
home.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page
Trip
8.
to Lynx had nothing to do with going home from John O'Keefe's
Do you
house.
see what's pinpointed on that page?
Hours later, and she went home first, and
Yes.
she went to Fairview.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's house.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
Huh. Intriguing.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes,
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
it could be with they have multiple stop signs,
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes,
do you see another pinpointed address?
yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes.
45 minutes
after
later.
5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah,
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes,
Is that your address?
yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
Well, that's an interesting sequence of events, isn't it? Nothing to do with going home from John's.
talking
It was
about
hours
What
earlier, and
happened
she
when
was
you
at her
were
house
at Mike
first.
Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah. I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Kerry Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Kerry was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Kerry Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
And you went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Kerry and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Kerry and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
You truly thought
My
You had?
memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
look at her. She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. Yeah, I'll take a look.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. On May 21st.
She's
of last
tired
year,
now.
You were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Kerry and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Kerry's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Except that you did forget it that very morning before he even told it to Lank. Had to call him back.
I'm going to ask you a couple of
Tell him
questions.
about I hit him.
Depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34.
So where was Kerry and her daughter?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
When did you take Kerry and her daughter home?
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. Ms. McCabe again.
How well is this going? How well is this going? Where's Carrie in all this? Who was driving? Remind me who was driving? If I go back, boy, I don't remember it because it came up in her cross, and the cross jumped around from last time, and I don't remember when exactly we got to Lank's house. She picked up Carrie. She was taking Carrie home, driving Carrie around, or was it the other way around? They're in Carrie's car, not her car. They're in Carrie's car, right? Does chat remember they're in Carrie's car? I don't remember that specific detail, and it does seem kind of important right now. Where did we get to Lank's house? She left with Carrie. My daughter stayed. We took her daughter to her friend's house, Lank's house. Carrie's daughter went in. Ms. Lank came out to offer support. She jumped in the back seat. I went in to use the bathroom, had a faint memory. Don't think she specified. Carrie talked about it as well. So where did Carrie talk about it? Let's see. See if I can find it. She went to the house. She had driven Jen. Okay, so Carrie is driving. Yes, that's the story. She had driven Jen to the O'Keefe's house. She was at the home. We picked her up. Daughter wanted to go to Lank's, so they dropped her off, took Jen with her, was driving her home back to her house with her kids. Nobody went by 34 Fairview on the way or back. See? Oh my gosh, the wisdom of how the defense has constructed this case this time, and the advantages that they've seen and taken advantage of, it is just starting to become clear. They didn't prep Carrie on the location data. Carrie didn't know they could put them at 34 Fairview. Carrie didn't get that piece of information. She denied it. Now we know. We already kind of suspected that Carrie's part of the whole cover-up. She didn't know. She denied that they ever went to 34 Fairview, but they did. I wonder if Carrie's going to get recalled if the location data gets put into evidence. That'll be interesting, won't it? The defense doesn't get to choose the order in which the Commonwealth calls their witnesses. So they don't get to set up the roadmap of how information is presented and inconsistencies are identified and elicited. But boy, when you see Kerry Roberts on the stand, you sure can't ask her about stopping at 34 Fairview. No, she denied it outright. That opportunity presented itself. They got it done. They got it done. Let me get the fan off. I'm going to go ahead and mute the live stream because I know that's caused audio issues before when I have waited for the... Oh, I haven't been doing my banners this morning, guys. I forgot. We're still in the middle of Jen's cross. Okay, so it's been a little bit over 2 hours now. Alan said 2 to 2.5. Maybe it's taking a little bit longer. But guess what? If it does go longer, Bev's going to let him because of how he's doing this. She's going to let it go. This is so effective. Am Am I the only one seeing this? How much more effective this was? The way this is going? She is squirming. She is uncomfortable. She is forced to give him information she really doesn't want to. He's pinning her in so much better. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of the do you deny it? Are you denying it? Or are you saying it's possible? You don't let her just throw out I don't remember and escape. You can actually use that. Narrow her in. If it's possible, well, that tells us something a whole lot different than if we unequivocally deny it, doesn't it? Guys, I mean, this is a champ. We are watching a champ in action. Okay. This is somebody who can adjust. This is somebody who can learn. This is somebody who can recognize when you're not getting what you want, or it's just not, things aren't playing out the way you thought that they would, you know? You get ready for the game, you study the tape, and you have an idea of what they're going to do, but then you get in the ring and they're doing something else, taking a little bit of a different strategy. Champ is going to adjust to that. They're going to be able to adjust to that. And man, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with his ability to shift like that, to take on this different approach. He is so disciplined. He's staying very disciplined. He's not arguing with her explanations. Just letting them speak for themselves. The jury can make their own conclusion about whether this makes sense or not. And Jen knows. Jen knows they aren't landing. She knows they aren't landing. That's why she's shrinking more and more into her chair. That's why she's not looking over at that jury anywhere near as much. She knows. That doesn't sound like a very good explanation. You forgot? But I thought you just worked on a timeline with you and Kerry, like the next day or two. I thought you guys worked out a timeline. You both just forgot. Guess it wasn't a very accurate timeline, was it? Part of the beauty of this, the best case scenario for Jen McCabe right now, the best case scenario is that the jury's thinking, well, your memory's trash, isn't it? Your memory isn't very reliable, is it? That's the best case scenario for her, because that's how she explains these discrepancies. Well, I see what the paper said, but my memory is this. Oh, I think when the jury hears about what the paper said, the jury saw how you interacted with this paper. They saw you acknowledge. They saw you acknowledge what the paper said. They saw you give the paper some credibility. But your memory conflicts with the paper. And we already have the idea that your memory conflicts with things you've said in previous testimony, things you've said in previous interviews, things that are written down in police reports. The absolute best case scenario for Jen McCabe, after how this has gone, is your memory is trash. We can't rely on it because it doesn't correspond. doesn't correspond with what we can see from other sources, particularly other sources that don't depend on people's memories. I love how they set this up with the group chat. This was beautiful. This is beautiful storytelling, okay? And it's implicit, it's subtle. It's telling an emotional story more than it's telling like here's chronologically what happened and so forth. It's telling an emotional story, a thematic story, which is the story of the cover-up, the story of the collusion. He's telling the story of the collusion this morning. And he hasn't had to say, we're telling a story about collusion, or now we're going to talk about collusion. He certainly did bring it up. This looks like collusion, doesn't it, in these group texts? No, that's not what we were doing. Okay, you can deny it. We can read them for ourselves. So now let's talk about some more collusion. Let's talk about that visit to Links. It's so beautifully how it's set up because the group chat, now we're already looking at her shady. We're already looking at her shady. You're listening in on Kerry's interview. Kerry, who we now know is part of the cover-up. You're listening in. She's telling them everything. You're live updating these other people, and you love it. You love it. That was not a good text. I love it. Was not a good text. So we've already primed the jury. Look at this sketch. This is sketch. Okay, she's going to give you an explanation. She's going to deny collusion. Let's talk about some more collusion. Let's talk about some more. And yeah, that looks sketch too. Doesn't add up, does it? So it's cementing. It's cementing this theme and this unease that you have with Jen McCabe's account of how all this went down. This is some outstanding storytelling of collusion right here. And it's so beautiful because he's not having to say it. He's not having to spell it out. The jury can reach this conclusion for themselves just based on the facts that are coming out and how Jen is squirrely. She is wriggling on the hook, trying anything she can to throw that hook. They see all that and they can reach their own conclusions. Good stuff, guys. Already had a lot of questions and comments and stuff come in, so I'm going to take the opportunity to look at some of those. The rural juror, Thursday thoughts. If John was wearing an Apple Watch, where is the data for when he was allegedly hit when he finally died? No heart rate data or anything. I don't believe John had an Apple Watch. John just had the phone. It was Jen that had the Apple Watch. I don't remember seeing anything in any of the timelines or health data or anything like that where John had a watch. The data is pretty consistently, as I remember, from John's iPhone. So that may be the answer to that question. If anybody remembers that differently, definitely do let us know, but I don't think that John had a watch. Michelle, obsessively calling John over and over is typical for Karen. She is the only person who did act of character that night, like in character. I don't know if obsessively calling John over and over is quite how I would characterize it. But she is happy to call repeatedly and John doesn't answer. And so this does seem to be part of the pattern. We saw it just earlier that day. She's trying to call. He refuses the call. Texts her, oh my God, stop calling, So that definitely did happen earlier. And so you could see how maybe she would have the impression that that's what's happening now. He's just ignoring her phone calls that night. D Brown 83. Andrea, do you know how the DOJ got involved in this case? Why is it federal? We don't know. It hasn't been disclosed. And so the long suspicion has been that this is a corruption probe. That's what would get the feds interested in the investigation. They don't have independent jurisdiction to investigate a simple murder case. There's no federal jurisdiction over ordinary murder. There have to be specific facts and circumstances related to that murder that make it a federal issue. And those are very specific things. The one that always jumps out in my mind, it involves a bank robbery. It's a murder in the course of intimidating a judge. It's the murder in course of intimidating a witness. Something along these lines. It's very specific. There's no general interstate hook, by the way. People often think, oh, the feds get involved. It becomes a federal issue if there's like somebody crossed a border, when they did something, or maybe because Brian Higgins went onto the military base, which is a federal, there's going to be federal jurisdiction over a military base. No, just location is not enough to give you a hook for the feds to investigate murder. It has to be a specific fact associated with the murder. And interstate travel is not one of them. So we know they didn't get involved just because they're curious about the death of John O'Keefe. They're investigating something else. And so the reason why corruption is suspect, there's a lot of reasons. That is something that the feds investigate. They investigate the investigators. They investigate the investigators, public corruption. We know now, certainly, that the feds were looking at the Sandra Birchmore case, which has a lot of overlap with the same personnel here. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, a lot of the MSP, a lot of the same, even Canton people, Canton law enforcement. And that led to them charging Matt Farwell. Norfolk never did, declined, concluded it was suicide, and left it there. Fibby's disagreed. No, this was a murder, and he's now pending murder charges in federal court, due back in court on the 6th. Is the 6th Tuesday, Monday? Can't remember now off the top of my head where that's going to be, but next week, due back in court next week. So we know that they were looking at that situation and clearly, reached a different outcome than the state and local law enforcement reached. And there was some shady stuff involved in that. Most notably, 30-some thousand text messages between Matt Farwell and Sandra Birchmore that the local folks claim they never saw. We just never saw these. Well, Nicholas Guarino did the extraction. So how did they get missed? But the feds found them. And then those communications are part of the prosecution. So we know that they were investigating that. But then there's just the reaction that the investigation triggered. Michael Morrissey sent, letters to Joshua Levy. Joshua Levy was the acting U.S. attorney, USAA for this district at the time. He was the one in charge of the federal investigation. There was a series of communications between them. Morrissey is not happy with the feds involved asking questions, and noticeably doesn't seem to know anything about it. That's unusual. If you're just running a parallel investigation on the same subject matter, typically the local law enforcement's going to be your partners. You're going to be working with them. You're going to collaborate. What do you know? You're going to share information. You're going to brainstorm. Here's what we're trying to establish. How do we follow up on it? Law enforcement is typically very helpful to other law enforcement. But in this situation, he didn't know anything about it. They were keeping it secret. So those are kind of all the surrounding facts and circumstances that lead to the hypothesis that what the feds were doing in this case was investigating corruption. Exactly who, we don't know. Common thread seems to be the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It's the thread between Sandra Birchmore. It's the highest law enforcement authority in the county, the prosecuting attorney. So that's one possibility. Could be MSP. We don't know. Don't know for sure. If it's just MSP, though, maybe you'd bring the prosecutor in on it. There's a reason why the prosecuting attorney doesn't know that this FBI investigation is going on, in my opinion. Michelle, you take off your watch and rings to clean blood. Yeah, that's a good point. You might if you got blood on your hands. If you got blood on your hands, you would probably do that. James Cassatelli, I remain convinced this trial is only happening because Jen McCabe went off script from the original plan. She thought blaming Karen Reed would take the heat off anywhere else but Massachusetts, and these people would be in jail. Yeah, you know, this is kind of one of those things that I've always had in the back of my mind. When we talk about the conspiracy, the cover up and stuff like that. And one of the big criticisms is, oh, you have to believe all these people. Why would they decide to do this? You know, just throw them out on the lawn and engage in this cover up and stuff like that. They were panicked. They didn't know what they were going to do. And they're waiting like cornered rats to see where they have to scurry, depending on, does the flashlight shine in your direction or not? And what's the situation if the flashlight shines on me, the little cornered rat, while the cat is over here, I'm going to go over there. But if the cat's over here, I'm going over there. So you're getting the lay of the land right up until you're on the spot. And now you got to make a decision. Your survival is on the line. What are you doing? Are you freezing? I don't know. Continuing with your pretending you don't know. At some point, you got to make a move. So I've kind of always felt that this is probably just opportunistic. They waited to see how things were going to unfold and what opportunity was going to present itself. They got as far as, we're going to put John outside at that corner. Why? Maybe they would have different options, but they can pretend he never came in the house. I don't know if he slipped and fell and got drunk because he was drunk. I don't know if a plow got him. I don't know if somebody driving by got him. We don't know. We don't have any answer. But then they saw the cracked taillight. Karen's running around planting the idea that she might have done it because is it possible it was me? Well, I bet they thought of that too. She's one of the options. Maybe it was just an accident. She was driving drunk, but yeah, they decided that was going to be what they went with. And here we are. Watched it unravel. And why? You know, if it was just an accident, he just like slipped and fell in the basement. But the problem is if his face is all mushed up and his hands are all bruised up like he's been in a fight, gonna be harder to explain how it was just a pure accident. He ended up with a skull fracture in your basement or your garage or wherever that happened. It's going to be harder to come up with that explanation. So, I mean, yeah, this is all the consequence of deciding this is the direction we're going to go. And you know what? I mean, I've said this before. I wonder if there is more that they know. from the night before. We all know, okay, I'm sorry, no, Jen is not getting up and looking out the window. Look at her. She's monitoring everything. They're waiting for him. They're texting him. Are you coming? Are you sure you know how to get here? She is intently focused outside on, following John into the house. I don't believe this. I got up periodically and looked out of the door. No, I think they saw everything that happened. And I've said this before. I just get an off sort of sense about the Arca cannon, the glass cannon. This is just not something you do out of the blue as a maybe this could be an explanation. Nobody's asserted that that happened. You went to an awful lot of trouble to test a theory about a certain course of events that so far nobody has described, nobody's testified to. That John threw the glass and cracked the taillight. And it just seems to me like I'd be more comfortable with them spending that time and money and effort to test that theory if it's a theory that somebody had actually suggested. Nobody has, as far as we know. But I've always kind of wondered, is that what happened? Let's hold out the possibility that's what happened. Where might we know about it? Well, everybody in 34 Fairview who watched it and talked about it, these gossipy little people who are constantly checking in and making sure there's new information and so forth. Yeah, they would have all known about it. So maybe somebody said something at some point, let it slip. The other possibility, who else would know? Karen would know. Karen would know. Now, of course, if Karen says something to somebody, it's a statement of a party opponent for the Commonwealth. They could admit it. And so if they had Karen saying that to somebody that's admissible, they're going to bring that in. So we haven't heard it. But it's possible Karen could have said it to somebody that's not admissible. And that's why we're not hearing it. And who would that be? That would be her lawyer. That would be her lawyer. So here's a hypothesis I can't rule out. I can't say this didn't happen based on what we know. Maybe there'll be some other way we can rule it out, but right now, based on what we know, hypothesis is Karen tells David Yannetti when she's, texting with him the next day, later in the afternoon before Proctor and Buchanan come and take her phone and look at her password and get her to confirm what her passcode is. She tells him that's what happened. The reason we haven't heard about it is because then Proctor and Buchanan got to admit they got into her phone, read her confidential messages. When Trooper Guarino has told us we didn't have a passcode. In fact, we couldn't even get into the phone for a couple months because we had to use the code breaking software. Just putting that out there. Explains certain bits and pieces of the information that we have. Why don't they want to admit they got into her phone? I mean, beyond the obvious, Fourth Amendment search and seizure problem. Reading the attorney-client privileged communications is a pretty big no-no. Pretty big no-no. Just a possibility. I've entertained it. Explains to me there was some source of information that got to ARCA to say test this, but it's why we haven't heard what that is, because it's privileged and nobody was supposed to know that it happened. Just a possibility. Malleus Maximus, Andrea, not a question, no need to reply, but I think you are the most prominent champion trying to keep a light on the Richard Allen trial. As a member of the general public, I support you in this. Well, thank you for that. It's a very important case. What happened to Richard Allen is a travesty. I mean, it was, recipe for a wrongful conviction. We watched it unfold in real time. It happened. It's what we got. And now we get to watch the process of, trying to undo that. And is it going to work? And how long is it going to take? And all that. And this, unfortunately, is, this is the criminal justice system. This is a high profile example just because of the victims that are involved, the nature of the crime. So it's one that we're aware of. How much is Indiana doing this that we'll never see? Never know anything about. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. The rural juror. One half argument. Jurors, it's not necessary for all the people in the McAlbert's orbit to be working together lying. It only takes those people giving Jen, the Bryans, and Proctor the benefit of the doubt. The conspiracy has never required every single person involved to be part of it. It's never required that. And that's why during the last trial, Mr. Jackson focused his closing on look the other way. All you have to do is, have people that are just willing to take you at your word, say that's the story, great, we'll go along with it, and then we'll look the other way. We won't try to verify it. We won't notice if there are conflicts. We won't notice if there are discrepancies. We won't bother to try to test it in any meaningful way. We'll just accept it and let that be our guide. So I've never bought this whole, if you're going to believe Karen Reed is innocent, you got to believe that like every person in town is involved in the conspiracy. No, you don't. No, you don't. But we sure just got Kerry. We sure just got Kerry identified as one of them, didn't we? Just need a few well-placed people. Plant the story. A few bugs in ears, people willing to go along. People that can be tainted. Just have a seed be planted. Maybe this is what you heard. It's what I heard. Don't you remember hearing that? Oh, suddenly maybe Katie McLaughlin does remember hearing it. Wonder if there might be anything about any records of communication between any of the McAlberts and Katie McLaughlin in the time frame before Katie McLaughlin first has the I hit him. She's the first responder to report that. This whole FBI new stuff from the FBI. It's intriguing. A lot of curiosity about what else we might have. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey. I find it very curious why Jen seems hell-bent on him going to that party. It's behavior you might see in a teenage girl. Both of them. Jen, wants to make sure Karen's coming. You're coming with me. Trying to take control. Trying to make sure that Karen gets there. Why? So that maybe we can separate her and keep her busy and occupied up in the kitchen while other things are going on elsewhere. Brian Higgins sure wants him over, doesn't he? He's very emphatic in that text message. Lots of exclamations and question marks. Jen is so eager for him to be there that they have multiple phone conversations about it, and she's texting and she's checking the door. Yeah, they want him there. You know, at the first trial, I didn't necessarily buy that it was a setup, that they literally were trying to get him there to beat him up, you know? Didn't necessarily buy that. Just kind of looked like maybe it was a thing that happened. You know, tempers suddenly flared for some reason, and what unfolded. This time, maybe I do buy that a little bit more. Maybe that does seem a little bit more plausible in light of everybody's behavior. I don't remember seeing Higgins's text last time. We definitely in the trial didn't see the video from the waterfall where right as we're getting ready to go, there's some looks like a pretty verbal conflict between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Kind of thing that looks like it might involve a see you outside or something like that. We didn't see it in the last trial, but we saw it after. I do wonder. I mean, it was hinted at in opening that we're going to see that. I don't know if Jen's going to see it because I don't know if Jen was still in the bar at that time. Don't know if she's going to be the one who gets it introduced. But then now we also have this this shift. This shift in trial. We're not protecting Brian Higgins's timeline anymore. He didn't leave as soon as he got to the house because they didn't have any Jamesons. He was there until right before they left, and they left at 1:45. So he was there for quite a while without his Jamesons under their new timeline. And then, boy, that little mystery nugget, what happened inside is separate from whatever happened outside. Huh. Whatever did happen outside. Just seems like maybe things are shifting a little bit. Alignments are shifting. Getting a little bit more targeted now on what the focus of this conflict might have actually been. Yeah, it might be Higgins. And then we got the new Sallyport video. Or not Sallyport, but it's the external camera. We got more footage from the Canton Police Department that we didn't have at the first trial. Brian Higgins there making his phone call. Brian Higgins making his phone call is the one big inconsistency from his testimony at the previous trial that we've heard about. But that doesn't mean there aren't others. Is his story going to fall apart? Oh, I went back to Canton Police Department to move around the cars. Is that going to be shown in the parking lot? Are they going to have drilled down on the card swipes? A little record of inside that police department. The doors lock. You have to have a key card to open them, so it records who is swiping where. Can we drill down into that and track Brian Higgins's location perhaps a little bit better? Could be our backup plan now. Throw Brian Higgins under the bus. It was him, and whatever he did outside, he didn't do it inside in front of us, totally separate from us. Doesn't mean you weren't part of the cover-up, but might explain the lengths you've gone to try to distance your kids. Keep your kids out of it, your kids who were present that night. Your last effort to save them Totally separate from what happened inside. Yeah. Anyway, I buy a lot more this time. That yeah, it does look like there was an effort to get John there and to get Karen there, and that I think is coming through more clearly in this trial. The rural juror, 2 out of 2, but make no mistake, in this case, it is Karen Reed who is entitled to the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, that's reasonable doubt. That's what your case is about. You don't give the witnesses the benefit of the doubt. The prosecution's witnesses. If they're squirrely, if they're evasive, if they're inconsistent, if you have a bad feeling about them, you give Karen the benefit of the doubt of that. Pretty sure if I remember the instructions from last time, the instructions this time should be similar. And they say something to the effect of, if there are multiple ways to interpret the evidence, you must interpret it in the way that is consistent with her innocence, because that's how you apply the burden of proof. The principle of she is presumed innocent unless and until the Commonwealth proves her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So you got to give that benefit to, you got to give the benefit of the doubt to her. Opposite of amnesia, can't they use videos of these statements? That's not conventional. Some judges will allow it. They may not be trying because it's, maybe more difficult to track and bring up, and what's your source, and it has to be authenticated. Like it opens up a new set of complications to try to do that with a video stream, because this is, court TV stream or law and crimes stream. You probably have to, get the original, show that it hasn't been altered, and so forth. Have that basic foundation that that this is raw, and hasn't been messed with. And then you got to go through and timestamp everything and have it ready, be able to show it. It's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more complicated from a procedural standpoint. The transcript is easy. The transcript is a court record. So it's, presumed to be okay and authentic, and it's this just standard way that you do these things. But it would be fun, wouldn't it? Because part of what we're noticing is the change of demeanor. And so, yeah, if we were able to watch some of the old stuff, then that might be clearer. That might be clearer. Mr. Jackson tried to ask about that, were you coached about your demeanor? But the jury doesn't know what her prior demeanor was. So they don't know whether she has changed it or not, how significantly she's changed it if she has. She's not they're not in the same perspective as we are when it comes to noticing those types of differences. The break is kind of going on a little bit, guys, and periodically, like a word is jumping up on the captions. So it looks like they may be having yet another sidebar about something. But we'll just continue to wait for them to bring us all back into court. Motions and CPA. If I'm on the jury, I've been a jury forewoman before. If you need a refresher for every conversation, I'm questioning everything out of your mouth. You're skeptical. I'm also skeptical. Yeah, it doesn't add up, right? And it doesn't add up with her own explanation. We didn't have to talk about all these stuff. It's not a story. It's the same thing every time. Well, if it's the same thing every time, like you just told us yesterday, then it should have been the same thing when you talked to the grand jury, and it should have been the same thing when you talked to Proctor. And you shouldn't need to look at it to remind yourself, oh, what story did I tell this time? Because it's not a story. It's just what happened. So you should have said consistently the same things, and those things that you said consistently should be consistent with objective reality that can be proven through non-memory based sources. She's got her excuse if I don't remember, I don't remember exactly the words used or the way the question was asked and so forth. And I really like how Mr. Jackson handled that this time. You don't need to know the exact words. We're just talking about the names that you named as far as who you called. And you named calling Tom Beatty and John and Karen. And you consistently said nothing about Nicole. Doesn't matter how the question was worded. When you were asked to identify who you spoke to that morning, that's what you said. I thought he did a very good job of reining that in on that particular occasion and showing, yeah, you're just being squirrely. You don't need to see the transcript. The names are the names. Which names did you give? I like that because I felt like that was one of the first. Oh, shoot. I think I just erased somebody's. Oh, let me scroll way back and find it. I'm going to see if Jeff can find it for me. Hang on. Sorry to whoever that was. I think I accidentally pulled your super chat out of my queue. So I'll see if Jeff can go back and find that one. I thought he did a very good job this time of yes, keeping that constrained, but also not deferring to, yeah, you want to see it, I'll show it to you. He didn't every time. Sometimes he withheld it. You don't need to see it. I like that. And that's a flexibility that he has if he's not necessarily going to go down the road every single time of let's refresh you. No, we can keep it focused on whether you deny that that's what happened or not, whether that did happen or it didn't. And if it's possible, if you don't deny it and it was possible that you said that, that might be good enough. You don't need to see the paper to know if it's possible if you said that, right? Because you'd be able to rule it out. If you know for sure you didn't, you would never. All right, looks like they are back in.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. Sorry, that's all right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I perch?
Yes.
Oh, the eye roll. The eye roll. She doesn't like this. The eye roll.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
A phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Oh, Mr. Jackson, making me weak with this procedural propriety. So good. Marking them. Oh, I love this. Keeping her tied to those documents because she knows. Disagreeing with the documents makes her look bad.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so
But
turn
she
the
sure
records
was
over,
trying
see if
to.
you can answer the questions without looking.
Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
Oh,
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe.
Pretty nice.
One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
See, in this AJ, the judge is helping him.
You should see some highlights on
She's
that document.
helping him do this.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right.
It's possible
Did you receive,
now.
as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go
Judge,
through this with each one of these
he's
calls. There's not
helping.
that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone
Make it
calls.
easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Okay. Desperately reading.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach one?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true.
Defensive.
You're communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you
April
had
23?
spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We just
Was
gone over
something
those records,
happening?
correct?
Yes.
In April of
You met him in
2023?
person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lt Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
No, she
Yes.
actually
So there
said
were many more
April.
communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object, ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
That's a good question. That's a good question. It's a hypothetical. If you had said that, it would be untrue. We don't have the fact of her saying it in yet because we are laying the groundwork for our impeachment. She is denying saying that. No, she never said that because he'd been in her house. So she's denied it. We can get it in when we get Tully on the stand. So it's not an improper hypothetical. There's a good faith basis for asking it. She never met either of them before September 23. She'll just say whatever, won't she? I mean, that's such an easily verifiable one because he'd been at your house on January 29th. But when you're eager to distance yourself, no, never met him until like just now. Interesting. So interesting to me. She picked up the conversations with Proctor again in April 2023. She was specific about that because now she's cautious because now she knows they have a little bit of information. I wonder where in relationship to the FBI showing up at your house in April of 2023 did these conversations with Michael Proctor resume? I would love to know that. Wonder if AJ is going to spell that out for us. I sure would love to know that. Did you see Judge Cannoni helped him? She helped him because he's doing this so well and so properly. No, Jen, you don't get to sit there and read it while you answer the question. A lot of the times, witnesses is up there doing something like that. You yourself have to be the one. Ms. McCabe, I'm not asking you to read the document. Please read the document and look up and then take it back away from them or whatever. Judge Bev was keeping her in line. No, don't read it. I told you once. Now I'm going to have to tell you again. Don't read it. She's helping him when he does it right. Oh, this is just a thing of beauty. This is a thing of beauty this morning. Would it be incorrect?
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
You can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
She's denied it.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bad.
Thanks.
It's been denied. The record's made. Bev knows it's published. Go ahead and just move along. You got what you needed. Bring it in
on
fully.
direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Now she's reading it. That's what the paper says.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Thumbing through this exhibit that's
Going
already
in reverse
in.
chronological order on this exhibit. You also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29
You
and
deny it.
44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds.
So clean.
There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms.
Who
McCabe,
blows up
there's
John's
7
phone?
calls. that you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously
So it's
given an
possible?
explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes,
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called
Oh.
him.
What did
In
you
your
call it at the
pocket?
last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being
Weird.
with family. So
The
if I
phone couldn't
inadvertently
go back
called
and
his
forth.
phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
You put it
And
down
that
and it
phone
just
requires
dials
a
itself.
biometric or a passcode to get into the continue to open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often do you make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
You don't know how your phone works?
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
However, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
John, let me approach.
Okay.
This isn't where I would do this, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, she is being squirrely. She doesn't apparently remember how her phone works. That's already speaking for itself, AJ. It's already speaking for itself. We don't have to get her to say anything particular about it. Everybody sitting on the jury knows, yes, you're going to have to open your phone app. How long, here's the critical questions as I see it. How long does it take for her phone to lock? Won't the phone lock itself if you just put it down and you don't do anything with it? At some point it will, sleep, lock itself. More than 2 minutes? Sure, there's probably a setting for it where you can vary that. But 2 minutes, seems kind of long to me. Seems like a kind of a long time for your phone to sit there open without locking itself. But that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because that would limit the range of possibilities of how these phone calls could have taken place. And I sure do wonder. I have a star here in my notes. I think I put the phone in my pocket, inadvertently called him. I was going back and forth. That's not what your phone data shows. Are we going to get there? I hope we're going to get there with the health data. Your phone actually shows you didn't take any steps at all between 12:25 and 12:40 something. And incidentally, neither does your watch. So right at this time frame where you insist that you were going back and forth and doing all of this activity is exactly when your devices show that you were not doing any of that stuff. The reason why I think AJ might have approached on this one as an instructor to answer is because she's offering speculation. Maybe it happened like this. That's speculation. That's not admissible testimony. And it's not what he asked her to do. He just asked her, don't you have to open the phone app from the text app? You can't make a phone call from the text app. She said, I don't know. That is the answer, technically.
Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that happens to be the last dial. Scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right.
Is that in the instruction?
So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you
It's
don't
all in
remember
agreement.
making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
Is it just me, or has she opened her collar?
I'd like
Is
to ask
she
you a few questions about
displaying that
January
crucifix
29th, a little further on.
a little more prominently?
After you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what
okay.
time did you get home today?
I thought I saw that.
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes.
You-
I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times
The apps
about that.
records don't
search
seem to refresh her
early morning
anyway.
hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports
You
and
deny?
Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate
Where
it.
we're at. Is it possible you did? She's going to the records now, but she's already established the records don't matter because she'll argue with the records when she doesn't like what they say. So no, she's suggesting it's helpful.
Minute to find the record that I did not take here. Fine. Can we take a brief recess? 5 minutes.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
The throat clearing, the catches in Jen's voice. It's not one I remember making. I don't remember making it. I didn't make it. Jen is catching on that there's a distinction between I don't remember and it didn't happen. And she's not fully sure what the significance of that difference is, because she doesn't necessarily know the difference between refreshing and impeaching and so on and so forth. She doesn't necessarily know the implications of it. She just knows something there matters. So she worked her way through. I don't remember and it didn't. Also, I deny it.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
And I guess we'll come back.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the record.
Counsel at sidebar.
The deleted column is the deleted column. Not supposed to be on it. Not sure. No, I'm pretty sure we saw the deleted column, didn't we? I don't know. Are you denying you made the 227 search? If you could show me the record. I'm just asking for your independent memory. Do you deny making any Google search at 227? He's pinning her down on, did you make a Google search? Because they have the web browser records. Remember the last site visited? And the only Google search is Hoslong to Die in Cold. The Hockomock Sports, the Ozone Sports, those were already loaded on tabs that she opened, and it brought them to the foreground. That's what's in the browser state.db records that Ian Whiffen testified about. It's when she brings the tab forward. He's also got the web history, and he can show, what sites were visited, what loaded, what didn't load. She did not Google Hockomock Sports. She did not Google Ozone Sports. They were already loaded on tabs that she brought to the foreground and then closed. So if she admits any Google search of any kind at 227 or thereabouts, but specifically at 237, we're done. We're done because the only Google search is the Hoslong. Only Google search is Hoslong. He could maybe gentle her into this a little bit more. He doesn't have to. Jenny, you just said you were Googling Hockomock and ozone. Did you Google one of those at 227? Is that your testimony? Because we can show it through the web history. She didn't. It doesn't matter if she says, yeah, that's what I was doing.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted
Now
to see
she
a
buttoned
record,
her shirt
Mr.
back
McCabe.
up.
Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hos long to die in cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Mr. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hos long to die in cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
The judge
Yes.
just
Yeah,
told
there
you.
was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hos long to die in cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 227. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay, and you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hos long to die in cold, is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hos long to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm
T.
not
Diane
claiming
Kikti.
it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Kerry Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or-
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Kerry Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Kerry Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Kerry Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Kerry Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Kerry Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Kerry Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
It shouldn't be
Approach.
sustained.
Yes.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
She's, of course, not supposed to know because she is under a witness sequestration order. She's not supposed to know, and so it's perfectly valid to ask her if she has received that information. We don't presume she's abiding by the sequestration order. We can ask her if she is or if she isn't. And we may or may not be stuck with her answer, depending on how central or collateral the issue is that she's denying, assuming she denies it. No, I haven't heard anything about that. Point right now, of course, we're just highlighting for the jury that is an inconsistency that's evolved. Jury's heard. They discussed it in the early days. Then Kerry initially testified, corroborated it. That's not technically an evidence. If they were going to argue this in closing, it's not clear to me that they could. If we don't have Kerry Roberts at the grand jury, her testimony in evidence where she said that, she didn't testify to it. Because this is the first I remember hearing that Kerry at any point said, yeah, Karen told Jen to Google Hos long to die in cold. This is the first I'm hearing that. If that's in Kerry's grand jury testimony, I'd like that in. I'd like that in. We're going to have to recall Kerry to get it in. So are we going to do that? Are we going to do that? Let Jen squirm a little bit, then get Kerry back on the stand. Talk about the squirming.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Kerry Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
He hasn't heard, but the jury heard now that there's an inconsistency. Well done. Well done, AJ.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Kerry off.
So, of course, Kerry Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Kerry Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Kerry, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Kerry Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Kerry, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Kerry Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hos long to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search, the 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
Foundation established.
I'd like to move back
He is
to
still on fire.
the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this,
Would it refresh your recollection?
I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf. Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Kerry Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of
Convenient.
along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Ms. Roberts has, just to distinguish, Ms. Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're
Mid-wiper.
engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
Tells her to wait over here. Looks like. Maybe, no.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Kerry Roberts?
Objection.
Assisting.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to
She's-
runtime 8:56?
Sustaining argumentative. When he keeps to the facts and lets them speak for themselves, he can do it.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
She's talking and talking and talking to that cop too. We have the group and she's still
In that
talking.
video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
Talking, 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 talking.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk.
More. Gonna keep watching it. Thank you, cameraman. Way to get the memo.
Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right,
Yes.
from frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is
We're
the
gonna
last
get lunch on this. Just gonna go talk to cops some more. Touching them even.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Quite a lot of chit chats with law enforcement that morning.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement between
was.
among you and Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe,
Mm.
when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Didn't
Yes.
go get Brian, did you?
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Kerry Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics.
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you.
Could have yelled from outside.
Minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because
Jen.
you knew what really happened, didn't you, Ms. McCabe?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40, 45. Okay. Then you can follow local line.
Oh boy.
What I understand is
There it was again. Something happened on that front lawn that was different from what happened inside. There it is again. Whatever did happen out on that front lawn? Her answers speak for themselves. So I like that he got, you know, this is what he gave us. This is what he gave us last time on Wednesday. It was giving him a little bit of trouble because Bev hates it. Bev gets in the way, and then Hank starts objecting, and he can't do it because it gets sustained, and he gets cut off, and he loses track of where he was, and he gets frustrated. He left it for the very end this time to pull the outraged Jackson out of his pocket. Too late now. Too late now to mess him up. Now he's just closing the deal, making his point. You knew John was clinging to life. You knew precious seconds matter, but you didn't go try to get your first responder brother-in-law because you were too focused on John and what John needed. John needed first response. You called 911 to get first response. If you're too focused on John and what John needed, the first thing you're thinking is John needs someone who can help him, like a cop or a paramedic. Oh, that was just impressive, wasn't it? No, she didn't have time to run over and wake him up. She had time to make the phone calls. Does she say? She says they weren't answered. She says they weren't answered, but that isn't what the phone record. That isn't what the phone record shows, is it? That's part of how we know that you looking at the records is a subterfuge. Can I see it? Maybe. No. No, you can't. You can deny it or not. Wow, what a morning. So, we got an estimate of 2 to 2.5 hours. We got 4. And they were glorious, weren't they? They were glorious. That went extremely well. How much credibility do you think Jen McCabe has left after all of that? By her own account, the kind of best scenario is that your memory is absolute trash. But now we get that contrasted, highlighted with your insistence about what you do remember. Some things are so important you'll never forget them, except you did forget them. You did forget it that very morning. You had to call Lank back. You like that scramble at the end? No, I wasn't worried because Karen was screaming that she'd hit him and had a cracked taillight. No, she wasn't. She hadn't even said that yet. And in fact, it hadn't even registered with you because all that had happened was she'd pointed out the cracked taillight and you thought nothing about it. You like that slip? No, I wasn't worried. We already knew we were going to pin it on the girl. Man, she just gave it away. She just gave it away in those last few seconds. She was running around screaming, I hit him and I had a cracked taillight. No, she didn't. Not according to your version of events. That's the only way you could make sense of all of this and try to put the pieces together. She told you that she had a cracked taillight. You thought nothing of it because that's why you didn't take it more seriously at the time. That's why you didn't behave differently than you behaved. You just took that little piece of information and filed it away, didn't you? Did you pass that piece of information along in any of these little conversations that you had with anybody after the fact? She's got a cracked taillight. The whole reason I hit him stood out was because it was so different, right? Somehow we're supposed to believe that Karen Reed running around screaming, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" was nothing. It was so insignificant, we told her to shut up. Of course, that didn't happen, didn't catch our attention at all. But as soon as that became declarative, now, the kind of thing you'll never forget, except for the fact that you did forget it. Oh, this whole thing just crumbled. This whole thing just crumbled. What a beautiful cross. Doesn't a good cross feel good? Doesn't it feel good? Isn't it wonderfully satisfying? Cheers to you, Mr. Jackson. Work well done. Mission accomplished. That was fantastic. Only thing I can really look at here and say, I wish we would have hit on this a little bit harder, followed it up, nailed it down. Just, it may not matter. It depends on what their theory of the case is, you know. None of this goes to John was hit by a car anyway. So all these collateral details that show Jen is a lying liar who lies, you can kind of pick and choose between the ones that you think are best. But I really would have liked to have nailed down. You did some Google search at 227, didn't you? Because your explanation is that you Googled Hockomock Sports. Isn't that what you testified to? Nail her down to that. Because the only Google search in her web history is How Long to Die in Cold. So if she acknowledges, I did a Google search at 227, you've got a long way towards establishing she Googled How Long to Die in Cold at 227. Because she didn't Google Hockomock Sports. It's in her previous testimony. We don't necessarily need to repeat it. She already said it. We could rely on that. We can rely on that in our closing. I just have such a feeling of well-being and relaxation. I feel good about that cross. I feel good about that. It covered the bases. Look at how cooperative the judge was. All the way down to she's going to admonish Jen on her own accord. When he keeps it nice and direct and not argumentative like that, she actually helped him out. If this was testing out perhaps a little bit of a new approach, I sure hope this sticks, because boy, is this working. And once again, now we have Judge Bev calling her Ms. Reed. Twice now she's made that slip. I don't necessarily put a lot of weight in the Freudian slips. There's reasons why your wires can cross, but it is just sort of entertaining, isn't it? You would normally expect there to be a significant contrast in her feelings and perceptions of these people, right? She doesn't like Karen. Jen is one of the state's witnesses. The Commonwealth, she's been protective of Jen in the past. So you'd expect that would kind of tend to keep those distinct in your mind. You don't feel the same way about them, so you don't make that kind of association. Malapropisms, they happen all the time. You probably have the same experience that we have in my family where talking about old family stories or things like that, and you accidentally call, they'll accidentally call my aunt, my name, or they'll call me by my aunt's name. And they just, you just slip because you kind of forget what generation you're in or whatever. But you have that commonality. Something makes you associate those two things. It makes it easy to accidentally forget. Or they'll call me my mom, But if it's somebody totally different, you don't accidentally mistake me for the foreign exchange student that lived in your house for a year. You don't accidentally make those mistakes, no, because there's very different associations there. So just a possible thing to note might be that she's finding some commonality in how she feels about these people. Oh, how intriguing. Oof. We got probably going to go a little bit past what is going to be the 11 hour here. We'll be a little bit past the 2 o'clock hour back there in Massachusetts because of the late start to the lunch. But we are going to try to get through some of your comments and questions now until I have to step away. Nicole Kelly, what about 911 call being sped up by HB? I didn't notice if it was. Did they play it at like 1.25 speed, anything like that? I didn't notice it if it was. It sounded pretty normal because of the acoustics of this courtroom and the way that their audio is set up. You don't hear it very well. The acoustics are bad. The sound is echoing around the room and it's getting picked up on, one or more microphones in different locations. So it sounds very echoey. It's very hard to hear. That's part of why I was looking for a transcript of the call the other day. So I don't know if they did or not. That Southern blonde lawyer. Good morning, friends. This crisp textbook impeachment from AJ. That's how you have to do it with a combative witness like Jen McCabe. 100 million %. 100 million %. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's how you. That's why that do you deny it is so effective. So it's possible. It helps you pin them in and corral them away from this very general disclaimer they want to give of I don't remember. She got in the habit of thinking I don't remember is an escape hatch. And today he taught her it's not. You're going to have to unequivocally deny this, or we're going to consider that it's possible that it happened. You're going to have to choose one or the other. And he did it right. He got that admonition from the court to her. She's got to answer the question because his questions weren't argumentative. Yes, this was so extremely well done, and I love it. I love it. Tin Cat, Paul has been in the back row since that odd break with the victim's family the other day. Looks like it probably had to do with the faces he was making at Karen and in view of the jury. That does seem to be what the kind of information coming out of the courtroom is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a report, but that's the general understanding, I think, from multiple sources, is it had something to do with his expressions. This is definitely consistent with that. He is not sitting where he routinely sat throughout the last trial and up to this point in this trial. So yes, that does seem like a plausible explanation, doesn't it? Feral AF, can he make her read the transcript? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. And he did. He did a couple points, didn't he? Now, could he make her read it out loud? Yeah, he could. He didn't do that. But if it's in evidence, she's denied it. You've gotten it in evidence now. You can make her read it. That can be real fun sometimes. Jason McClellan, she is looking more and more gaunt as this cross-examination continues. Must be the effort of forcing herself not to answer questions. She does look more nervous, doesn't she? And just kind of scared and alert. Some of it is just that hunted animal look. She's a scared little rabbit looking for her hole because the big bad wolf, she senses he's out there. Very different demeanor this time, isn't it? Not nearly so confident, not nearly so in charge. Much more pleading and kind of hesitant. The times when she chokes over her words, okay, she gets a little hitch when she's letting her answer out. I marked a couple of those. When there's the phone calls to John that she explains are butt dials, inadvertent, and there have to be 14 interactions, user interactions, to add up to 7 inadvertent missed calls. Yes. And she throws out, I do not remember making the call. There's like a crack in her voice. Having a hard time getting some of her answers out. Yeah, demeanor shift this time for sure. For sure. Kimberly McNeil, good morning so far. Good job, Andrea. Thank you, Kimberly McNeil. It's been a great morning. I just enjoyed that so much. Oh, did I enjoy that? A good cross is a thing of art. It's beautiful. It brightens your whole day. James Casatelli, I spent a lot of super chats bad-mouthing AJ, so here's one to say, go AJ. I don't consider what we're doing. We're critiquing the performance. Were we bad-mouthing AJ? We're critiquing the performance and we're trying to understand what we're seeing happening. We do this with all of the participants. We critique Judge Bev all the time. We critique Hank all the time. The defense is here doing stuff. We're gonna critique it. Are we bad-mouthing him? Are we saying, he's a terrible, awful lawyer? No, nobody said that. Nobody said that, but we are trying to figure out, what's going on and why is this not working? We have some theories as to why. Does he maybe not know how to do it? Well, if he didn't know how to do it yesterday, he sure as hell figured it out in the last 36 hours because he did it beautifully today. He did it beautifully. He got those documents marked. He got them in her face. We know what we're talking about. The foundation has been laid. It's clear she's denied stuff. We're going to be able to come back and impeach on it. He cleared that up right away. So to the extent, which I do not concede, that we were bad-mouthing AJ last time, I completely agree. Fantastic job by AJ. Applause. Applause. Very well done. Damaris San Giuliano, I squeal. Do you deny it? AJ, smooth as butter. I did too. As soon as I heard that. It's just so effective. It's such a good way to do it. It did. The first time I saw Alex Spiro do that, that is so good. I am filing that away for myself because that is so effective. It worked, man. It worked. Do you deny it? It's just clean, and iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron. There's so many skills that go into winning a jury verdict. Okay. Being a good trial lawyer. It's just like being a professional athlete. It's just like being a professional singer or musician. It's a combination of learning the right technique and having native talent. That's what makes you elite. You can be born 7 feet tall, but if you don't learn, this is the coordination. This is the action of consistently being able to sink a free throw. You are not going to be an elite basketball player. And by the same token, you can be the best free thrower ever. But if you're 5'3", you're gonna have a tough path into the NBA. Not saying it doesn't happen. It has. There have been some shorties. Been some shorties in the NBA, but it's just a lot harder. A lot less likely. So the top, you are a combination of your native talent and your learned skill. And the best people, they'll continue learning. They'll learn from the other best. Alex Spiro, I already said, my opinion, he is the best trial lawyer out there right now. Just my opinion. But his record speaks for itself, what he's been able to accomplish in his cases. The win for Elon in the pedo guy defamation case is massive. That's a big win. Okay, that's a big win. The win for Alec Baldwin, big win. Big win. And so that's his way he does it. We can learn from that. We can improve our own method. Iron sharpens iron. And that was an elite level performance by AJ. Edward Kirkpatrick, when she said, I did not talk to my sister, he should have asked if it wasn't your sister, who did you talk to on that 30-second call? Oh, maybe that would be objected to because that would be argumentative. It's assuming that she talked to anybody, and her explanation, seems to be just, it didn't happen. Not that she talked to somebody. Maybe it went to voicemail. I don't know. They're not giving us an answer, and it's their burden to prove the facts, isn't it? She's the Commonwealth's witness. It's their burden to prove, what is this? She never did. She didn't volunteer. So in this particular instance, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I'm going to disagree with you. I think it would have been an argumentative question, and I think what he was doing was phenomenal. The point is made. The jury gets it. Oh, the phone records say this, but you deny it. You're desperate to rely on these records to give you answers sometimes, but when they don't, when you don't like what they say, then they're wrong. The jury got that message loud and clear. So phone records are wrong when it comes to that 30-second phone call. Kyle Murphy, eyes are going to roll out of her head. Lots of eye rolls this time, huh? She wasn't nearly so comfortable. She wasn't nearly so unbothered. And she did not have the high ground. Beauty of staying disciplined. Just staying disciplined. You're doing your work, not personal. You keep the high ground. And then she lost it. She lost it with her eye rolls. Oh, so beautiful. Nashley 66, he must have watched you. I seriously doubt he watched me. But it wouldn't, he's got a lot of law clerks on the team and stuff like that. It wouldn't surprise me if one way or another, the idea of doing it this way has got back to him. I'm not going to take credit for it. I didn't invent it. I saw Alex Spiro do it. Maybe one of the law clerks watched Alex Spiro do it in the Alec Baldwin trial and was like, that really works. Maybe Mr. Alessi has, he's an organized, systematic guy. He knows his roadmaps. Maybe he has a clear roadmap that we're distinguishing between. Are we reminding you of what happened, or are we clarifying what did you do it or not do it for purposes of impeaching you later? And he gave him the roadmap. I'm not taking credit for it. I didn't invent it. Honey Kid, did we notice how intently Jen was listening to Bev's instruction? How can she push the blame onto someone else that she didn't author her texts? Yeah, the instruction, because it doesn't matter. Hank wanted that limiting instruction. That's why she gave it. But she's not denying the text. She admitted through this whole thing. She didn't fight that at all. So is she listening intently to see if there's, an opportunity in there she can take advantage of? Maybe. But there isn't going to be anything. And had she tried, it would not have gone well. Well, is that Coco's number? And you texted Coco at that number many times before, and it always got to Coco, and you understood you were talking to Coco. It wouldn't have gone well. So Hank wanted it, but jury's going to be like, okay, she's admitting that that's who these texts were with. So yeah, they can find on the preponderance of the evidence that those are the people involved. Skyway, breaking news. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been delayed. I'm sorry for that, Skyway. That sounds like that's very bad news for you. Hopefully, maybe the joy that was this cross-examination has brought a little bit of life back into your life until Grand Theft Auto 6 can come out. Motions and CPA. This AJ is so much more effective. He got it done, man. He got it done. It worked. It worked. I love it. I want to see more of it. Katie Kane, AJ is killing it today. Yes, he is. He's focused. He's focused and he's controlled. He's not losing his cool. He's not getting frustrated. Eyes on the prize. All the way to that final bell. I love it. Sentient Dreamer. This is so satisfying to watch. AJ is icy fire. I love an ice cold assassination on cross myself. I really do. I feel like in many ways it's so much more intimidating. You know, if someone comes up to you and they're like yelling and hollering, that can definitely be scary, you know, but there's a certain piece that's like, well, if you're yelling and hollering, you're not doing what I might be worried about. You know, you're just hinting that it might come, but you're not actually doing it. But when you dream about, like, you know, you have your nightmare and you dream about like the monster in the closet, or you dream about, you know, I remember a dream I had. I still, you know, sometimes think funny how things stick with you that you never forget. When I was in like 6th grade, I remember having this dream about swimming laps at the local swimming pool, and there was a shark in the pool, you know, and I didn't realize it right away. It was when I had my, it wasn't my lifeguard test, but it was like kind of a precursor to that. Just like a swim test. I was like, so it's on my mind. And there I am swimming in my dream, and there's a shark in the pool. And the shark is not yelling and screaming and angry. It's scary as hell, even though it is cold as ice. It's almost worse when it's cold as ice, because they're not doing it because they're mad. They're not doing it because they're upset. They're doing it because it's what they do, because they are a cold predator and their job is to eat you up. That's scary. That's very scary. The zombies coming through your door, they're not angry. They're just doing what zombies do. They're just coming to eat your brains. I find it very effective. The ice cold attack. I just love it. Jason McClellan, AJ's cross is like a slow roast. It's beautifully crafted and very patient. Other lawyers would have lost it. Absolutely commend his patience and his discipline in this cross. And it was very well crafted. I'm gonna have to go back through this probably tonight, over the weekend, and just kind of revisit the story that he told, the emotional story that he told, between the collusion and the shady stuff, and you know, the examples of that, and how we know it's shady because it's all wrong. It's all contradicted by the records, your version of it, and other people are implicated in it. And then your excuses for why it says this, they're bad excuses. Your butt dial excuse. Yeah, I'm going to have fun going back through this and just kind of tracking the emotional story that was told beyond just the facts. You know, what were we walked through as far as our experience of Jen McCabe? She never got back to a high point after that initial crush, you know, to her credibility. I mean, she's had a few, right? She's had a few. FBI, lying to the FBI, that wasn't helpful. But now also, boy, it turns out she was completely wrong about that trip to Sergeant Lank's house. She was completely wrong about that trip to Sergeant Lank's house. And how do we feel about her after that? And how does that color our perspective of her explanations for why things look the way they do after that? I don't think she ever recovered. I don't think she ever recovered her credibility. She still tried, but I don't think they're buying it at this point. Not after that experience. Greg, this was a Kershaw level curveball. She wasn't expecting the text because that was Matt's cross last year. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I mean, there were a couple of very nice curveballs this time. Yeah, Kershaw throws a nice curveball. Of course, I'm gonna have to stand up for my future Hall of Fame pitcher, Ryan Kerkering. He's got like something like 20-inch movement on his slider. His slider is like amazing when he's got it on. The movement's incredible. Yeah, it was a curveball. You thought you knew what was coming, but suddenly it's over there. Brooke, why so many instructions this time? Of course, for Commonwealth only, because they're asking for it. The instructions this time, AJ is getting to do what he wants to do. They're going up to the sidebar. He's making his offer of proof about what he has and where he's going and what he's accomplishing. And so he's able to show, okay, here's why it's going to come in. Here's what it's about. Here's what she said before. And he's able to spell it out for the judge so that she can see, yes, okay, this is going to be admissible. This is going to be permissible. And Hank is asking for the limiting instruction. So because it's working, because he's doing a good job. That's why. Hank's entitled to the limiting instruction. Is it going to do you any good? I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't think you're going to be arguing in your closing. You didn't get proof by a preponderance of the evidence that these texts were from each of these four people. You're not going to make that argument. It's not credible. It's not credible. So I don't think it's going to help him at all. He just has a right for it. So, okay, go ahead and have it. Z, feds maybe started looking before Brian Albert and Brian Higgin binned phones. Yeah, I forget the timeline of when that was, when the preservation order was being requested. I feel like it was early. But it doesn't, it doesn't necessarily matter. It doesn't necessarily matter for things like the location data, the call records. You don't need to get that from their phone. The call detail records, yeah. Long story about that with Koberger, huh? Exactly how long are those records available? Well, it kind of depends on the method you use to get them, don't you? Feds have certain ways of getting call information, at least from AT&T. Jen uses Verizon. Maybe it's different. Anyway, they can get a lot of information without the phones. So don't know that the timeline there necessarily matters all that much. But it would be nice to know if we could, like, when exactly did the Feds start looking? I would love to know that. I would love to know that. Michael Muddragon, everything Jen says is flexible to fit her narrative. She won't agree to exact quotes. Show her a video and she'll say, I know, new narrative happened. Even if I didn't say it, you didn't ask me about that. It's all flexible. It's all circumstantial. It all depends on what is in her interest at the present moment. She's so clearly an opportunistic speaker that she just says whatever works at the time. And yet, at the same time, being so insistent, it's not a story, it's what happened, then it would be the same every time. So why do you need to see? Why do you need to see the transcript? Why do you need to see the record? Did you testify about it or didn't you? Do you deny it? So it's possible you did. Oh, just love how that works. And I also love, there was a moment where AJ turned it around. She tried to escape. She tried to minimize. She tried to throw that red herring out. We didn't talk about, I hit him, and like the other details of the morning. We didn't talk about it, the Google search. It was the Google search. We didn't talk about it every second. I didn't ask you if you talked about it every second. See, she was trying to turn it into a caricature that she can belittle. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? To me, that sounds an awful lot like turning the defense theory of what happened here into everybody in Canton would have to be in on this conspiracy, and that's ridiculous. That's what you call a red herring. That's not what it is. You're making it something else and then rebutting that. He didn't ask you if you talked about it every second. He asked you if you talked about it before the grand jury testimony. And you did, by your own account. And you made the timeline. Oh, I really loved Alan Jackson putting her sister under the headlights. Everybody turn your head in this courtroom and look over there at Jen McCabe's sister. She's sitting there in the courtroom, so she's not a witness. I would think she's not exempt from the sequestration order. She's not John's family, not Karen's family. Jen's family shouldn't get her an exemption. So she's not a witness, but there she is over there. And you, Jen McCabe, you for whom your family means everything, you would do anything to protect them. Why don't you go ahead and bring our attention to your sister and her role in all of this right now? Oh, that was cold. That was cold. That was one of those things that was not substantively important. That was all about the mind game. That was all about the mind game. Because up to this point, Jen's been able to play him a little bit. She's been able to win some of the exchanges. What did that just tell her? You're not in control. I'm in control. And I'm going to make you bring your sister into this. Cold. I loved it. Oh, I thought that was fantastic. Sin, the guy, not John, your dear friend, telling. Yeah, her explanations for what was important and what wasn't important. No need to tell him he's a cop. No need to tell him anything about how he got there. Last time you saw him, I didn't think it was important. Just giving him the details that mattered. Man unconscious in the snow. Yeah, but you still got him in the phone and, got far enough to mention John. You mentioned John. So you're filling in details, but you don't fill in John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, coming over to the house last night, never came in, saw him outside, not sure what happened. Yeah, the jury sees all that. All right, guys, we are about, and I still forgot my banners again. Here we go. We got a banner for the lunch break. We're about halfway done with the lunch, so I am going to step out. Sucked all my tea dry this morning. I'm so excited to keep drinking and drinking. Top off my tea, check the animals, check the trees. You know the routine. I will be back shortly. Thank you so much for hanging tight. Don't worry, guys. I'm on it. I'm on it. Let's bring him back.
All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other
In
one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking them to be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 13.
There's that sigh.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen
Then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
doctrine
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Why can we not do this in the presence of the public? Guys, the jury isn't in yet. Ms. McCabe is not done yet. I believe we are done with AJ Cross. Certainly got that impression. But she'll be redirected. Hank told us yesterday 20 minutes. So he thought it was going real well yesterday. Let's see how that lasts. Give me half a second, guys, because they got started a little bit quick and I ran back here to bring it up without having my tea ready. So I'm going to need that. Okay. Took a little gamble that sidebar was going to take longer than the 3 minutes at 175. I like to brew my silver needle white tea. We're on like the third rebrew by now, so if it sits there a little bit longer, that's fine, but in a little bit of a hurry now. Let's get us back going again. Looks like Paul is out of the courtroom entirely now. Is he testifying next, I wonder? Not sure. Not sure. Well, Mr. Brennan promised us, a short redirect. That may change, but either way, we should still have time for another witness at the end of the day. Karen talking to the tech guy, happy about something. Now we're going to zoom in on Jen's sister. Well, she did become part of the story, didn't she? Part of the timeline crafting. I don't think I turned the sound off, did I? No, they just haven't turned the sound back on yet in the courtroom. Probably bringing the jury in. Anything happen over there? It was such a quick little lunch break this time. I didn't even get to do really what I normally do and sort of check in on have there been things happening? Is there new news on Twitter? Which it will always be. It will never be X. I'm sorry, guys. We might try, but it's Twitter forever and always. So not sure if anything has happened in the meantime. Not really seeing anything on the sort of, top of the feed. Not seeing anything new, so I think we're just cruising to a close on Friday afternoon here. Oh, here's a good catch. This is Olivia Lambeau. Olivia Lambeau is pointing out that testimony about the group chat. If she pleads out, whatever, it'll end. If she fights, it'll be an event. She hadn't been arrested yet. This group text is taking place on February 1st, hours before Karen was even arrested. How did they know? How did they know that's where the case was going? Interesting thought experiment.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much to do about it.
No one intended to waste your
McCabe,
time.
please.
You're doing very important things, though. You've already told them that over and over again. Sometimes we have to take care of very important business. What you got, Hank?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.?
The weather?
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Objection.
Yes.
It's leading.
When
You
the
can
first
object to
responders
this.
arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
Do you know who
There's a
lives in that house?
Right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
Do you know who
When
lives
you were trying to
across the
help
street?
John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
Perform.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
This is not
When
effective.
you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes,
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes,
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that though. You're of the same mind or different?
different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Now,
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Kerry and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to
Check him out on the
offer
car repair guy?
support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No,
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
181, 182.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
Now you remember it, not just it's what the paper said.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
Ah, keep her in
And then according
line.
to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently
I
called
believe
on purpose,
so.
it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
Why
No, next question, Mr. Brennan.
were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
She looking at her sister
You
now?
were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
Really brief sidebar. How'd you like that? Not sure if some of the texts were missing. Well, who has the burden of proof here, Mr. Brennan? If there are texts missing, you should point that out. Not just plant doubt about what may be in the text messages. This is not your job as the prosecutor. If your way of rehabilitating this text chat is to suggest there might be texts missing, you should probably put them into evidence. Because I'm going to be able to point out they've offered you no proof. The guys who have the whole burden of proof have offered you no proof that there is anything wrong whatsoever with this group text chain. Bev cutting her off again. Your answer is you're not really sure. Not going to let her run on and on and on and on. Get into her narrative. Stopped it. Oh, how do you like that? So it's just so many things. Like she talks herself into a worse problem. You looked at the phone records. You know it shows you outside that house for 4 minutes, but now you're going to double down on we just slowly drove by is how I remember it. Why don't you emphasize even more that how you remember it does not comport with objective reality? You had the chance to look at it and you couldn't say like, guess maybe we stopped out front, but we were just looking. No, you got to we just drove slowly by. No, you didn't. You sat there for 4 to 6 minutes, something like that. You sat outside for a while. If you sat outside. Karen asked you to Google Hos long to die in cold. Is that what I'm going to Google if somebody asks me to Google hypothermia? If someone says Google hypothermia to me, I'm going to Google hypothermia. Nice, easy, one word. Hypothermia. Not going to translate that into my own mind into Hos long to die in cold. Ever refused to speak to the police? No, she says, but she did, didn't she? She cut short that interview with the FBI. I think the door has been opened. Normally, if somebody invokes their rights, you don't get to bring it in, but this has been presented in a misleading way. She said, no, I'm going to have my lawyer. I think that opens the door to how did she terminate this interview with law enforcement? Because she did. She stopped it. She refused to continue speaking. Ever refused to testify is a bad question. That should have been objected to. It's not really maybe a big deal, but you don't get to refuse to testify. You don't get to refuse to testify. That's not your choice. If you're subpoenaed, you're going. And they will drag you in whether you like it or not. It's not your choice. And then all these people around in the neighborhood, including the house across the street, none of them came out. Who lives across the street again? Do you know Ms. McCabe? Longtime Canton resident, connected to so many different folks in this area. Do you know who lives across the street from Brian Albert? Do you know who that is? Do you know if they have a Ring camera? This is possibly one of the most ineffective redirects that I have seen. Please describe the weather. Dude, let me give you some word of the wise here. Her credibility is destroyed. Okay. At this point, whatever she says the weather is, the jury is assuming it's the opposite. She has no credibility. So you asking her to provide details that they have already learned, got no reason to believe her on the details, that's not going to redirect what just happened. Please describe the weather. That should be a shorthand. That's going to be a clue now for I have no idea what the fuck to do right now. So why don't you tell me about the weather? Somehow her heart rate is supposed to be, and he's really hanging his hat on that heart rate, isn't he? Her heart rate was up when she called 911. Her heart rate was down when she was in bed the night before. That's supposed to exonerate Jen McCabe and prove that she's perfectly honest, not a lying liar she has revealed herself to be. I don't think so.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
So now they get the cautionary instruction.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This will
there.
be the number. This would be Nicole.
Okay. Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Yes, she did, the rural juror. Yes, she did.
Number 17.
She did
phone
indeed
call, please
delete.
answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49. Number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40. Number 19.
She gonna pretend to cry
Please
again?
answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26. 515-41. 129.
That was just
Okay,
a
I'm trying to
scolded
call
child
people. I will
look.
be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
But you don't know the number?
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the
Awkward.
morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know
Awkward.
where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
You
Turn
think
to
this
number
is helping,
48,
Hank?
129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160.
No.
This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168.
Don't ask it again.
129-22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
We have to approach this.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect
Objections
the
noted.
state of mind. What does that even mean?
We need to approach on this particular text.
Come to Sidebar.
What state of mind is that supposed to reflect? That's a ridiculous questioning. State of mind means we're showing that you were alert. We're showing what your intent was. We're showing your motive. We're showing consciousness of guilt, something along those lines. It's not just we were talking. What state of mind are you getting at, Mr. Brennan? What do you think the state of mind was? You're just trying to say they weren't colluding. But she's not letting you ask that because colluding is not a state of mind. AJ's got something about this particular text that he indicated the sidebar is necessary. Don't know what it is about this particular text. We'll see.
Dan, approach your honor.
Yes.
This number, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 12922 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
Wine solves everything in this town, doesn't it?
171 at 2:06:35 on 12922. From you to Ms. Roberts, I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This is a great question.
172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 12922. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's probably a rule of completeness issue. He's saying the whole conversation
Number
shows her state of
175.
mind and it's not collusive or whatever. That's my best
Again,
guess.
to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 12922. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 12922? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
So she's grooming her little friend.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Speaking to children was part of your state of mind.
208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What is your heart rate like during this time?
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I imagine you were. What did happen to him?
213. This is on 12922 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes,
Who?
my friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 440:38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes,
And this is at 440:38 at 12922.
yes,
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
yes,
and the days that follow.
yes.
None of this is rehabbing your fake witness, Mr. Brennan. Of course she's being fake. She's been fake the whole time.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes,
Any update? Is that accurate?
yes,
Yeah, we knew about that one.
And you were shown this text at 292,
yes,
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes,
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
yes,
With your support
Did
group.
anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no, no one did.
Anyone tell you you should not talk to
And
your
during
family
that,
about what other people are saying in their
Text time,
interviews?
the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes,
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
yes,
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
yes,
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
yes,
Oh. Oh, Jen screwed up the whole cover up. She screwed up the whole plan.
Just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
yes,
And you continued texting with her?
yes,
You were asked about timeline?
yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Did your best you could to set it all up. Look at all those conversations you had with the police at the scene. You really tried. You really tried. And then you scrambled to come up with cracked taillights, and I hit him. You did your best, Jen.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, stand with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
The comparing and contrasting that you've insisted many times you didn't do. Bev is done. Look at her. She's done with
At some
this.
point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Objection.
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
that's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people
Another
came
number?
by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
There's a deep sigh from Bev. We got the visual on the deep sigh. She knows this ain't working. She's ready for a nap. I don't blame her. I get a little post-lunch lull myself. Did Jen
I'm
get
trying
this
to
taken down?
recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages. Was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Or it did.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ooh. Oof.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Kerry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there's an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes. Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
Didn't smile. Oh, she didn't look her smile away.
You were
She
asked
knew we were
about
watching. She knew we saw her
stop
smile last
at 34
time.
Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
For any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend, but whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Kerry Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Very good point. Very good point. Saying things to other people, but when you're in the group chat with your nearest and dearest, you'll say what you really think. That's your real state of mind.
All right. Ms. McCabe,
your
you are
mask.
all set. Thank you very much.
The rest is the mask. Mm. Mm. And as you know, they're no longer
I'd like to play
investigating.
A couple of clips, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Okay.
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start with baseball therapy. So, who are you with? Pull up and let me see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, and Kerry Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Kerry's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
This all seems understandable and relatable.
We need to see the court before this one's like.
All right, hold that, please.
I see chat doesn't like it. I don't have a problem with it. Buffalo on a prairie, a lump. I don't know. She was expecting to find him. Her fear and anticipation. What? I mean, is it because it implies she knew he was there? I don't think she knew. She's just they're looking at Fairview for a reason. And she's looking on the side of the road. She thinks he's been hit by a car. I don't know. I'll defer to the collective wisdom of chat. I don't personally see this as being all that bad. Weird shaped lump out in those elements. Looking for things that are out of place and indifferent.
I'm calling Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
So we're not doing another clip. We're doing Hannah Knowles. Do you remember who Hannah Knowles is?
Standing face the clerk, please, right?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury
It's got a binder.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Yeah.
She's wearing scrubs. Is she a nurse?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever.
Lobotomist?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's Lally.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
What a guess
And
I
what is
had.
your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the chemist series. A chemist 1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a chemist 2 and a chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Oh my
Forensic
God.
Science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Drinking alcohol.
Through your training and experience, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Re?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Correct. Here's
Yes.
no actual specimen. They just relied on the results from the hospital.
Turn your attention
What it
to a
seems.
previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
You do a math problem.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between.
As long as we're still on
that low
foundation,
and
I'm
that
gonna
high
take the
value.
baseball game time.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for
Thank
this
you,
defendant's
Mr. Lally.
blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how
And what
quickly
you're
the human
guessing.
body is capable of breaking down alcohol, and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take the when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde. We take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Oh my God.
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol,
Pardon me, I'm going to check in on
their
Taiwan Walker and Ranger
body
Flores.
Reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion. Down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
Yeah, that was the original.
And
That was the
why
original
is time
timeline.
of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Massive range, isn't it? And it's going to be based on a lot of assumptions that somebody here on cross is going to get into.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Yannetti is doing it.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Depends on some critical assumptions, isn't it? Like
Good
that
afternoon,
you
ma'am.
had
Good afternoon.
no alcohol after
The
12:45.
Mass State Police Crime Lab, you mentioned, is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
So,
yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's
how'd
important
they mess
to
up?
ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided.
Garbage in, garbage out.
And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Bring her back
Lally,
Monday.
you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much.
She's done.
You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it.
So not going to get into
That's it for us for this
assumptions.
week.
I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Getting into the grind next week, are we? Did she
I
put
was to
them out
counsel at
early?
Sidebar.
Yes, there's going to be a sidebar. Are they booting them early because they need to take up something here before the end of the day? Just not sure about that. But full days all next week, guys. Buckle your seatbelts. No nice breaks. Nice breaks to go for long walks with the dog and play in the yard and all that. It's going to be work time. So they'll just stick with garbage in, garbage out. I like it. You know, if we think we poked enough holes in what the hospital did and our ability to rely on the hospital's process, then we don't need to introduce the specter of how this calculation can also be off if Karen had anything to drink after 12:45. It's also very unclear to me from how she described her math. She was talking about the 2-hour gap that they use. And so what she's talking about is because when you first take a drink of alcohol, it's not going to instantly be in your bloodstream. There's going to be a period of time in which it's being absorbed into your blood. So that's what she's saying that 2 hours is roughly the time period it takes until all of the alcohol is absorbed in your blood. And then your body will start to metabolize it and process it out. When she does the calculation from 12:45, is she really saying that's the end of the drinking and the absorption period would have ended 2 hours later? Or is she recognizing and accounting for the fact that if we do this at 12:45, we know Karen was drinking at the bar within the last 2 hours because we saw it. So she wouldn't have been already all the way in the elimination phase. Logically to myself here, giving her the benefit of the doubt, yeah, she probably applied that, but it sure wasn't clear from the testimony. And so for something that is important to the Commonwealth to establish, I didn't think they made that particularly clear. That she described how you have to take account for that. But then in her description of what she was doing in this place and the time that she calculated it from, 12:45, well, does that mean when you start, you're like adding 2 hours to that? Like clarify that to make sure that we're, giving every benefit of the doubt to Karen in performing these calculations. So yeah, massive range, isn't it? Retrograde extrapolation. That's always a fun one. This is why if you think, if I get pulled over and I blow under the limit, I'm going home. No, not necessarily. No, because they'll pull stuff like this. They'll pull stuff like this, especially if it's nice and close to the limit. 0.075. Maybe even 0.07, depends on how long it takes you to get down to the station, right? Get that breath test. So yeah, blowing under the limit does not mean you won't get charged with DUI, just so you guys know. Maybe this is a good time, very briefly, teach everyone how to do the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. This is the most reliable of the field sobriety tests that they use out in the field. It's got like an 85% correlation with blood alcohol over 0.08 according to NHTSA. And so it tends to drive the field sobriety tests. And the reason it works so effectively is because it's based on involuntary movements. You can't control whether you pass this or not. So what you do is the person that you're testing, place your finger approximately 1 foot in front of their face, directly in front of it. And you have them track the finger with their eyes. You take it out until their eyes are now at a 45 degrees and you hold it right there and you watch what happens. Then you do it again on the other side and you watch what happens when their eyes are already out there at the end at the 45 degrees. What the police are looking for is a horizontal gaze nystagmus at that far end. Your eye will kind of twitch. You'll be able to watch the iris, and it's like a clock. It's like a monotone. It will twitch, 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 twitch. That's the horizontal gaze nystagmus. That's their sign that they're looking for. So learn how to do that, with your friends and family. If you go out to the bar, have a couple drinks, just so that you can have a good idea of, you might feel okay to drive. You might feel perfectly fine. But if you have any concerns about what might happen if I got stopped, it's a very, very good one to know. Check your eyes. You see that twitch, you do not drive. Do not drive. It's a good reasonable, correlation with, you would probably blow over the limit like right then when you're checking it. So just, good things to know before a Friday night. So I'm not clear if they're going back up on the stream. The fan has frozen. Not sure what's going on. Nope. Looks like they're done with the stream for the day. So we're just done 20 minutes early on a Friday just because. So, yes, Edward Kirkpatrick makes a good point. No DUI lawyer will tell you to do field sobriety. Yes, this is true. They are typically optional. This is all going to vary state by state. It is optional, and so most of the time, you there's no legal obligation for you to do them. So you should not. They will not help you. There's nothing about doing the field sobrieties that will work in your favor. The only thing that is possible is that you will fail them. And so generally not a good idea if you're not required to do that. So the breath test can be a little bit of a situation because in most places your implied consent law, you'll have licensing consequences at the very least if you refuse to blow. And then they can often just go and get your blood anyway. So, you don't necessarily help yourself out all that much. But it's very fact by fact. It's good to, if you get the opportunity to exercise your right to talk to a lawyer while you're making that decision, make sure that, you're clear about the facts and that the attorney knows what they are so that they can give you good advice accordingly. Well, man, what a day. What an anticlimactic end for the Commonwealth on a Friday. So just a reminder, we're 2 weeks in now. We still don't have any proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Okay, still no proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. This is trial 1.0 reprise. Same thing. We sat here day after day after day going, when are they going to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? And it took them until like day 24, something like that. Looks like we're following that same pattern here. That whole head fake towards facts, science, and data that we got in opening. Yeah, no, that's not what this case is about. This case is about Ipsy Dixit. What did Karen Reed say? And boy, now we just had a whole new big blow to I hit him, didn't I? Because it's Jen. It's Jen. We already know Mr. Nuttall didn't hear it. Because he didn't say it the first few times. He didn't act like it was said. And it's evolved. And his very vivid memory of when it happened doesn't add up with what's on the video. And we haven't even heard yet that, the other guy, Matthew Kelly, who was supposed to be there when it was happening, he didn't hear it. So we already knew Mr. Nuttall didn't hear it, but now Jen's the second one to give us the I hit him. And boy, was that a crash and burn. That was a spin out. That was one of those bad things that happens at the NASCAR, No, lost traction badly. And so if the jury is believing anything at all that she said right now, they're being very generous. I think there's a very decent chance that the jury has not now given any credit to anything that she really has to say. So we learned from Jen McCabe the documents. She cued us into how important the documents are, but then she disagrees with them. Girl, take your pick. Take your pick. They matter or they don't. What a turnaround from AJ. You know, my Phillies fans out there with me, you know how it is. You know how it is. It can be rough. You get in a little of a slump. You can struggle. Unfortunately, things all seem to sometimes just go wrong at the same time. But you know, there's a quality that might be even more valuable in baseball than being able to, like, you know, come back from a slump or not get your, you know, attitude out of whack or anything like that. It's even just the ability to be consistent. You know, what's important in baseball is being clutch. When you can come in clutch, I don't care if you're batting 110. If you can hit the home run when it matters, I like you. You're my guy. You can strike out the other 9 times if it doesn't matter. But when it matters, you come in clutch. It's very, very important in baseball. Very important quality. So that's what I see from AJ today. AJ came in clutch. He came in clutch when it mattered. He got that impeachment done, man. He nailed it. He nailed it. Did exactly what you needed to do. So what a great Friday. What a great way to go into our weekends, guys. Oh, we get to have these good feelings. All is right with the world. Everything has gone the way that it should. The truth is being revealed because we're able to see what the evidence is, what the facts are. He's being able to do it. Bev's allowing him to do it. We're watching Jen McCabe squirm on the hook and stare like a little cornered rat. Lights going around and yeah. What a great day. Good cross. Let's get into your comments and questions, guys. Well, we got a lot to go through, so let's catch up. Hallie P, number 309. I am late and catching up. AJ needed yesterday off. He came back swinging. I hope the jury is I think this is receiving her the same way she's coming off to me. Yeah, I mean, I think it's much easier to kind of gauge what the impression is that the jury is getting when we're not just relying on, you know, do we have a sense that in this argument she's coming out worse? You know, when we have facts that she's having to say that's wrong, that's good. The texts are wrong, the location's wrong. That's not how I remember it. Oh, very, 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 very different, I think, than if we're just kind of relying on our hunch. I'm not sure who to believe. Get a sketchy feeling from her. No, we know not to believe her because her story don't add up. Phil the Gilbert Villain Biggs, Andrea the Magnificent. Did I not say strategically holding over to impeach others? We're far from the defense's case, primacy, and recency closing. There is so much case still to come. There is so much still to come. And yeah, this structure has been good. They did it well. This is all laid up now for every single one of these officers. When they testify, we're going to be elicited. Here is what Jen McCabe said to you, because she's denied it. It's all coming in. It all comes in through them. So yeah, it's just all part of the process. It's all part of the process. You got to be a little bit patient. That applies to all of us. And that's why the jury's told, wait until everything's in, because sometimes the way that these rules work, you don't necessarily see the significance of everything right when it's happened. Got to lay some foundation. Did a brilliant job today. Z, if Fed investigated the investigation, can Turtle Boy make two-way requests to get evidence to confirm Betterow letters and affidavit, Morrissey, Brennan, KP phones? So what Turtle Boy would be doing, his defense team could make a two-way request. Yes, absolutely. So couple different ways you can go trying to get information from the feds. You, just a random member of the public, you can send them a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act. And whatever they can disclose, they're at least in theory supposed to. But that might, in some circumstances be a little bit more limited than what you can get for purposes of if you're involved in a case. And part of that is because if you're involved in a case, you might have a little bit of different interests. It just depends on your interest in the FBI's investigation. If they were investigating you personally, you got a lot better case that I should be able to get this information. But also just because process-wise you're in court, there's an opportunity for that to potentially be a little bit more protected. We put it under a protective order, so we'll give you a little bit more than is public, but the condition is you don't get to make it public. So his defense team, I mean, I don't see why not. It doesn't mean that they have anything, but I don't see why they couldn't make the request. Whether they're going to get it, is $1 million question. The whole thing with TUI is kind of, they'll give you what they feel like they want to. They're under no obligation to give anything. But their policy is supposed to be, in favor of disclosure to the extent that the law allows it. It's just how broadly or narrowly are you interpreting this law? And that tends to, tends to vary based on how much do they actually want to give this to you. So yeah, I think Turtle Boy can make a two-way request. Be interesting to see if he does. Anna Jasky, if my memory is correct, Kerry said opposite, I think. Don't know, of course, exactly what this is talking about, but certainly seems like Kerry said a few opposite things, didn't she? She said, if we're hearing, she said at the grand jury that she heard. We heard on cross, they went back and forth about that, right? She was specifically confronted with that. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. She answered, her explanation was, I didn't understand that question. But that's what I think they were getting at here. That was her testimony to the grand jury, was that, she heard it and it happened. So not really a good place for either of them, huh? That was where Kerry had her deer in the headlights moment. And they both involve this incident. They're supposed to both be witnesses to, and there's no other witness, and the story's changed. First it's inside the car, and then it's outside the car. And now she is very specifically disclaiming at this trial, she didn't hear it. She wasn't there. She doesn't know. Seems like Jen wanted her to say that, maybe. Jason McClellan, is Jen close to obstruction of justice or perjury? I mean, it just depends on how you interpret these things. Obstructing, they typically limit to things that are not speech, just because you always have First Amendment implications anytime you're talking about your words. And so, in fact, we have case in Washington, good case law. I've used it several times that you can't charge somebody with obstructing based just on something they say. So, for example, you give the police a false name when they arrest you, they cannot charge you with obstructing for that. Now, they may be able to charge you with making false statements, which is its own specific crime in Washington, but I've raised constitutional challenges to that the Court of Appeals did not want to address and chose to sidestep and give me a very peculiar win rather than address that question. So anyway, point is just simply that if you're talking about speech, usually we're just going to be talking about perjury. And they interpret it very, very favorably. Almost nobody gets charged with perjury. It does happen. It does happen, based on your testimony at trial. And they certainly threaten it. That's something that comes up a lot. I hear in federal prosecution. I haven't done federal court prosecution myself, so I don't have any personal experience with this, but certainly I know a lot of federal defenders, and they talk about that, how that is leveraged when you're, in negotiations and stuff like that. If you testify, we're going to charge you with perjury, because they already got it in their mind that what you say is going to be false because they know what happened, right? So it's out there, it's possible, but boy, is it rare. It's extremely rare. So the only time I've had it happen, I did have a case. I had it on appeal. Guy was charged with perjury, coming out of his trial testimony, and he had been allegedly convicted of prior offenses in like Florida or Georgia or something like that decades before. He denied that it was him. The prosecutor came through with a fingerprint analysis because his old conviction, they took his fingerprints. They got his new fingerprints from when he was booked in, and they got a, fingerprint analyst to compare them and say, yes, it's the same guy that was convicted back in Georgia. And so based on that, they said he lied. He lied under oath. They charged him for perjury and they convicted him of it. So it does happen. But unless they're feeling exceptionally petty, it's not usually something that they follow up with. Jen here, she's a friendly, they're not going to feel petty towards Jen. They're not going to be like, let me get an extra pound of flesh and really give them a hard time for having exercised the jury trial right. No, she's their witness. So they're going to give her every benefit of the doubt. Well, she maybe didn't remember, or she got confused, or she got it wrong, but we don't necessarily know why. No, they're not going to charge her with perjury. Should they? I don't know. Maybe. We sure got a lot of discrepancies, and at some point the distinction between why are you saying all these wrong things? Is it really your memory that's that bad, or is this purposeful? It's circumstantial evidence, the number of things that you get wrong. So, but ultimately it just comes down to what's their interest in doing that and what's their ability to substantiate it. So could they, based on all this? Maybe, but they're definitely not going to. Kimberly McNeil, it's going amazing, that breath when she lies. Oh, she had a rough time. Didn't she? Even Bev was done. You see that look from Bev back there, rocking in her chair. She gave Brennan a deep sigh when he's coming up with those tacks. We saw it. We didn't get to hear it, but boy, did we see it. Yeah, how the tables have turned. Lauren Bob Warren, how could a witness better handle this cross? By not being a lying liar who lies. If you didn't have bad facts that you had to try to scurry around to protect yourself, you'd do a lot better as a witness in this situation. Z, if KR and JM info builds with BABHMP, etc., RICO. No, so RICO is not just people work together, conspired to do something. RICO very specifically is about criminal organizations, actual organizations of people that are created and over time have on multiple occasions engaged in criminal acts, criminal trafficking, criminal conspiracy, criminal obstruction of justice, and intimidation of witnesses, things like that. So think about the mob. The mob is the classic example of RICO. It isn't just that these people hang out when they're, going into court to try to prove a mob case. They're presenting like an organizational chart. They're like, this guy is the capo here, and here's the captains under here, and here's the lieutenants, and that type of thing. They are making it like as formal as they can, and they're showing the operations of this organization, this group of people, where the money goes, how it flows around, how it's attributable to criminal behavior is where the money comes from. So no, just the fact that you have people, committing a crime together does not make it RICO. Now it could make it conspiracy. Conspiracy can be federal, but I don't see a RICO hook here. K, I did some sleuthing. Night, early AM that John died, temp was -2C, 28F. Not very cold, and daytime above freezing. Ground wouldn't be frozen solid. Yeah, I'm not buying the ground would be frozen solid. I'm not buying it. We're not in permafrost country. So yeah, you have to have an extended period of time below freezing for that, before you reach that frost level. You get that hard frost, it's down to wherever it is where you are. Depends on your latitude and longitude. Where I am, it's 18 inches is where do you got to put your pipes? If you're going to put in irrigation, you're going to run the water line to your house. How deep does it have to be buried? That's a good indicator of where the frost line is where you are. And it takes a long time of weather below freezing for that entire thing to be frozen. So no, I don't buy the frozen solid ground at all. It wasn't even sticking, when they got there. So it's ridiculous. Steve Trammell, has Lank's wife been interviewed or witness list? Not to my knowledge. What did we hear? Trisha Lank was her name. I don't think she's on any witness list that I know of. No idea if she's been interviewed. Leanne, tinfoil hat on. Is it just a coincidence that John O'Keefe worked in sex crimes and a lot of the same players involved in the Sandra Birchmore case, including Kevin Elbert? So I see this a fair amount, and I think this might be a misconception about what John's role was. John was not an investigator of sex crimes. That is not my understanding. From the first trial, the way that they described it, he runs the sex offender registry. And so this is an office job. This is really not primarily an investigative job. What it means is that when people have been convicted of sex crimes, they may have an obligation to go and report their address and what they're doing and where they're staying and stuff like that to law enforcement. They have to register. And that's what he oversaw, was once you've been convicted, you got to come in and give me your address. And then if the situation changes, you have to update it. And so if you don't, then I follow up on it and maybe I arrest you for it and you get charged with failure to register. It's not actively involving sex crimes. And so I think this is unlikely because nobody involved that I can remember off the top of my head anyway. Maybe there was a guy involved in the program. What's the program? She was in the Explorers program, like way back that had a conviction, some kind of crime. Kind of vaguely remember that, but don't hold me to it. But by and large, these people weren't convicted. So they should not have come across John's radar in the course of his work, as I understand it, what he did for BPD. And the reason why, in the first trial, they explained that he did that. He was in that role was because it was after he got the custody of his sister's kids, and he wanted a more regular schedule. He didn't want the kind of unpredictable schedule that you get when you're on patrol or in an investigative unit or something like that. So more of a desk job, more of a 9 to 5, and then that let him be predictable for the kids. Track worker, upside down world. Jackson is prosecuting Jen. Well, it was, it worked out, didn't it? It worked out. Hey, if she's going to act all shady and guilty, then yeah, if she's going to have bad facts like this, yeah. Yeah, we might as well. Southern Mom, any chance the feds tapped some phones? There's a chance. There's a chance. Federal warrant for a trap and trace register. Maybe. I sort of doubt it, just because it's usually pretty hard to get an actual wiretap until you have a lot of evidence, supporting your case, supporting the specific crime. They don't typically use a wiretap to just like narrow, because it's very intrusive. It's very invasive. And so it's often like we're setting something up. We got an informant. We're going to set up a call at a particular time. So we're going to trace it, have a record of it, that type of thing. Or we know there's some kind of, criminal activity that's going to happen because we have an informant or something like that. So there's going to be coordination at this time on this day. You might get a tap for that. It usually has to be very specific and very limited. And I don't know that they had the kind of information that would justify a warrant. So I think it's very unlikely, but you definitely can't say impossible. We don't know what the feds had. Jen's twitching sphincter. Nice one. I've prayed for this moment for years. AJ is a legend. He did fantastic, man. He did fantastic. This was This was a fantastic performance. By far exceeded what he was able to achieve with Jen last year. Stacy LeBruno, could the murder of a police officer by another law enforcement officer be a federal investigation? I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream too, so you can go back and check if you want me to, be fuller about it. But no, generally in and of itself, murder is not going to be a federal investigation. Murder of a police officer could be, but it's only going to be if the police officer is a witness and it's for purposes of witness intimidation, for obstructing justice. So like if it's related to his job as a police officer, potentially. But yeah. Otherwise, no, it's likely related to something else. And Cat 100, not over if Karen Reed hit him at 25 degrees Fahrenheit at alleged time, frozen ground. He'd have been found frozen, phone battery low, human injured, high BAC, dies in 2 to 2.5 hours. I have a very hard time seeing how he, was out there in the lawn. Yeah, that drunk. Doesn't being drunk lower your body temperature too? Because like it's poison. Alcohol is poison, and then you get high levels of alcohol is like really poison, and so your body prioritizes like saving the things that matter, and your extremities and stuff like that are not important. So wouldn't you be like really super frostbite if you're out in the cold with a lot of alcohol in your system for an extended length of time? So no, he had to be alive in the cold, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Can't say it's impossible, but it just doesn't seem to add up. Or he wasn't out in the cold. Can't wait to hear from the defense's pathologist. I wanted that so bad at the last trial, and I'm very intrigued to hear what that person has to say this time. Edward Kirkpatrick, that whole family friend group was Arrested Development, not the show. They drink with their underage high school kids. They all act like high school. They do seem to act like high school. I don't necessarily have a problem. Well, the drinking with the underage kids is not ideal. I'm not going to harp too hard on that. I do think that there is some room for if the kids are out, if the kids are going to be drinking, do it in a way it's safe. I'm not saying I agree with this, but I'm just saying, I do kind of understand. And introducing the kid to alcohol as something normal and not as something that like, ooh, it's this forbidden thing, and then you'll magically achieve it when you're 21, and it's like this thing that is value that you should be looking forward to. No, it is better to normalize it. I mentioned I lived in Europe when I was a kid. I was 12 when we moved to Brussels, and so I spent several years there. And there's very, very different attitude towards alcohol in the family in Europe than there is here, which is you could probably imagine. Perfectly normal to start drinking like a little bit of wine at dinner when you're young. Might dilute it, but it's not really that big of a deal. Much more normalized. So I don't necessarily hold that too against them. That said, are these people with European continental types of sensibilities and that's what they're doing? No. No. That seems pretty clear that that's not it. But definitely some acting like high school. The clique stuff, clique behavior, the gossiping all around, the track of who's dating who, and the cattiness about it and stuff like that. Very, very high school. Are you in or are you out? The group, the mean girl group, that kind of thing. Jim's honesty. Proctor said he got the PC from KR, and that's why he was able to look through her phone looking for nudes. So the nudes thing wasn't until August. That was in August of 2022. They got the warrant, I want to say, or the warrant and cracked the code, sometime in July was when the extraction was done, end of July. So if he had the code and got into the phone, it would have been before. It would have been before he was doing the looking for nudes. But yeah, they did. Both him and Yuri Buchanan testified in the first trial that they were getting the contact information from Mike Camerano from her. They sat and watched her put her passcode into her phone so that she could get that contact. They remembered it and they verified it with her. So they had the passcode to Karen's phone when they took it. And yet mysteriously, Nick Guarino couldn't get the passcode to Karen's phone. And it took him, 6-7 months to break into the phone. Interesting little inconsistency there. Andrew Hansen, honestly, even Peggy O'Keefe is looking like a possible accessory after the fact, and JM and others like co-conspirators. Once I could see for myself with my own eyes how much Peggy dislikes Karen, her antipathy to Karen, I find it more plausible that she was a driver behind some of this. Not that it was her idea, that like she knew what happened and we're going to create this, this cover up or whatever. But just that was one of the pieces of the puzzle that was part of the opportunity that presented itself. She already thinks, she wants to think Karen did it. She wants to be able to blame Karen. She hates Karen. She lost her golden child son. And here, Karen, what, you just left him there? We're looking for a reason to blame Karen. So she was receptive to that. And so it didn't matter, how bad the story was, how distorted it was, how much we might need her to, twist her own recollection of what happened. Did you ask them to do a timeline? Just small things in favor of what she wants to believe the truth is. It really was Karen that did it. So it's sad, but that antipathy, it really came through very loud and clear. John Daly, what are the ethical obligations on a prosecutor when they elicit evidence from one of their witnesses that they know is false? If you know it is false, you must give the witness an opportunity to correct it. And if they do not correct it, then you must do it yourself. If you know it's false, you have a duty to correct it. This is Napoli versus Illinois, U.S. Supreme Court case. You may not knowingly elicit false information from a witness. So there's been a few cases about this. One that just came down recently, the Glossip case. They knew. The prosecutor knew that what his witness was testifying to was a lie. The witness testified, I don't have any mental health history. The prosecutor knows this is false because the prosecutor has his records. Prosecutor has his mental health records, but doesn't correct it. And that led to a reversal of the conviction. However many decades later, after it's gotten up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is hardly satisfying for the person who has suffered that injustice. But certainly better late than never, if nothing else. So yeah, ethical duty to correct false information that you know to be false. Now, the wiggle room in all of this is, what does it mean to know that it's false? And this, by the way, this isn't just the prosecutor. The defense can't knowingly elicit false information either. They can't knowingly elicit false information either. It's just that if they do it, it's probably not going to result in a conviction being reversed. Prosecutor does it, it might. And what do you know? Well, under the law, the way that we kind of apply it in the courtroom, what you know is what you personally have personal knowledge of. You witnessed it yourself. So if I have personal knowledge of that this guy has, a stack of medical records from being in the mental hospital, that's something you have knowledge of. But if it's just about, stories have changed and there's conflicts and things like that, you don't necessarily know because you weren't there. So you don't necessarily know, okay, well, even though I know she said something different this last time and she's saying this time, I don't know which one is true. I wasn't there. And so there's often a lot of wiggle room with stuff like that. Prosecutor wouldn't know it was untrue. If he was there, he would know, but he wasn't there. So it has to be a pretty significant conflict, and it has to be something that is very difficult for the prosecutor to escape. If, for example, we start talking about what happened at these meetings where these prosecutors were present, and there are misstatements of fact in that and the prosecutor knows it, they better correct it. Of course, if there's no record, then how's anybody going to know? Melissa Garcia, I really feel like they were trying to separate them to tell John about Karen and Higgins. John comes in, they tell him, and a fight broke out. Free Karen Reed. That could be. I could see that. Seems very, very plausible to me. It certainly seems to have to do with Higgins. I mean, it just seems like the clearest motive. He's the one that's pissed off at the bar. He's the one that wants John to be there. It really does seem to be about Higgins, doesn't it? And if it's about Higgins, then that's the most plausible thing. Yeah, it's about Karen because they don't have any other beef. It's about Karen. Anna Jasky, you are so smart, Andrea, and John hitting the taillight with the cocktail glass is a very plausible explanation for that cracked tail light. It's possible, it's can't rule it in or out really at this point one way or the other. It seems possible. I shouldn't say I can't rule it in. It's just, I can't say it's definitive, of course, that's what happened, but I do wonder, why is Arca interested in that particular version of events? That would make sense to me. If it's something somebody saw in communications that they weren't supposed to see, and that's why we don't know that they saw it, because they are hiding that away. Ethan Morgan, when AJ asked if Jen denied a particular statement, I yelled, yes, finally. My daughter asked what I yelled for, and I got to explain that good lawyers get to stop people from lying. I'm so proud of AJ. He did fantastic. He did fantastic. If this is, in fact, a new sort of technique for him to experiment with, I think he's going to like how it went. I think he's going to add this one to his tool belt because it does help you. It does help you box that witness in, cut the ring a little bit, Well, but do you deny it? Oh, so you're saying it's possible? You don't let them out of that corner. You keep them there. I loved it. Oh, so good. Mike, Jen's original timeline on the SUV sightings was simply to put Karen's car at the flagpole, but then it all unraveled. So now we get lies to cover lies. Yeah, it's the lies to cover lies that are really coming out here. And that's why they had to scurry so much at the beginning. They had to find out what do the police have so we can craft what we know around that. And, that message from Nicole, you sure did your best. You did your best. Yeah, she did, didn't she? But turns out they made some fundamental mistakes because they didn't know what they didn't know. They didn't know what that location data was going to show. They didn't know how the timeline was going to fall apart. So I think that does make sense. They just intended to have her there. And I think also to explain the text to John, explain what this was all about. Because he never came in the house. And she's seeming to be very eager for him to get there, right? And then all these calls and calls and calls that don't go answered. Where are you at, John? Are you coming? Did Jen not know it had already gone down? I don't know. I'd love to know. We'd love to know the real story, wouldn't we? The rural juror. Given it's important to you for questions to be worded in a certain way, in order for you to give a complete answer, have you left anything out during this testimony because of the way a question was worded? I like that. That's fun. It's probably argumentative. Could draw an objection, but I like it. I like the idea. Anything that you weren't asked about. They probably aren't allowed to do that because it's calling for a narrative too. It's not technically a proper question. Sometimes people will actually do this in a trial. They'll try, is there anything else that you want this jury to know? Object to that. It's not a proper question. What they want a jury to know isn't necessarily relevant to anything at all. But this is getting a little closer. Left anything out? Because before, you just answered the question you were asked, and it seemed like some important details got left out. So is there anything you've left out this time, just based on how I've asked these questions? Good one. I like this. I like that. Stacy Labruno, the only potential issue with using Proctor to impeach JM is his characterization as corrupt, incompetent, maybe a double-edged sword. That is a little bit of the issue, isn't it? We have to discredit Michael Proctor for some things, but credit him with others. We have to discredit him when it comes to, he didn't take photos of the car at Dighton. He didn't record any of the interviews. He did all this, shady, sketchy stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when we need his report to be accurate, we need to credit it. So that is a little bit risky, but the bottom line is for the defense, it's enough for them to just be like, we don't know what happened. There's a conflict here. We can't resolve it. It's not our job to resolve it because we have no burden of proof. And if there's an unresolved conflict that goes to a material issue, what is that? That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. It's the prosecutor's job to prove to you which version of events is true, and they have failed to do that. So that's how I think the defense handles it. We don't know if either of them spontaneously decided to be truthful on these occasions out of character. We can't resolve that, but that's not our job. If you can't resolve it, that's doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Sentient Dreamer, this is the first time I'm not pissed at Bev. She did. I took no issue with her today. I think this demonstrated what it is she's been looking for from AJ, and a little bit of what her problem has been. It's been a style issue. It's just been an issue with being argumentative and, kind of going around trying to, the dog with a bone, trying to really get that one point to come out. The witness is obviously not going to give it to you because it's incriminating. So they're never going to say that. And Bev would get frustrated with that. She'd cut it off. She'd rebuke him. Then he would get frustrated. But boy, when he stayed icy cold, focused her attention on the documents, kept it real clear. Are you saying you don't remember, or are you denying that this happened? Bev is perfectly happy. She is pleased. She will let this continue, and she will even help him get it done. I think today was a little bit of a learning lesson, maybe for kind of everybody. This is how it should work. So duly noted. Duncan, Idaho, about 2 hours behind, but the cross today is like the feeling of no longer having indigestion. It's so much better. Really appreciate your commentary. Yeah, I don't get indigestion, so this is a form of relief. I don't know if I can particularly relate to, but waking up from a nice nap, you have that great feeling of like, oh God, everything is just good. I'm so relaxed. I'm just rested. I'm ready to just be full of life again, be inspired by things to do. And what a wonderful feeling. What a wonderful feeling. Trying to think if there's something kind of close to it. Yeah, I don't know. Not off the top of my head. Nothing's coming. I'll take your word for it on the indigestion. I see you. Tell chat what a hostile witness is. A hostile witness is a witness who is refusing to cooperate with what you're trying to get them to do. Typically, hostile witness is reserved for your own witness. So if Jen were behaving with Mr. Brennan the way she were behaving with AJ, she would probably be considered a hostile witness, and then he gets to treat her a little bit differently than if it's just a normal direct examination. Edward Kirkpatrick, her problem is not butt dials, but butt hangups. There is never a 2 to 3 minute voicemail. Yep. Yeah, it's both of them. And I thought he made that point clear. You got to, you have to unlock the phone. You have to get into the phone app. You have to dial the number. It has to go to voicemail. Then the call, or it has to, do whatever it's going to do. Then the call has to be ended. All those things have to happen for all these butt dials. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. That was the same issue with the Alberts that we haven't even got to yet. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, you know, a butt dial, a butt hang up, a re-butt dial back, a re-butt hang up. Like, no, this is not happening and nobody believes it. Emily, Andrea, we got our first Do You Deny It? Yes, yes, yes. Celebrate, man. It's Friday afternoon. We got a Do You Deny It, and it was a thing of beauty, and we loved to see it. Kyle Coden, you're good at body language, trained or talent. I have zero training in body language. I just observe people, you know, notice things. They may or may not have any significance at all. But you just, you know, it's pattern recognition, kind of like pretty sure it was Mr. Alessi said in one of the early pretrial motions, one of the early Daubert-Lanigan hearings or something like that. Like, pattern recognition is something every human does at a very fundamental level. That's how we make sense of the world and organize it, is by grouping things into similar and different and so forth. So I don't know. I guess I just notice when things stand out as maybe being a little different or a little out of place or just catch my attention. But nonverbal communication is, you know, I totally buy that's a level of communication between humans. And, you know, you can pick up on people and get reads on people and stuff. And yeah, there's probably a combination of technique and native talent that goes along with being good at that. I know nothing about really technique. I know you look for a baseline, look for differences, things like that, but that's about as far as I understand it. Law and Order. He is going to show she never talked to KR before the search. Did you look at bailiff video from day 6? I didn't, but I do still have it right in my notes. Just to assure you, right here up at the top from day 7, right up there at the top, if you can see it, Law and Crime, 4025 bailiff, day 6. So I'm going to check it out. I will look at that over the weekend. See what that shows us. So he's going to show she never talked to KR. I think this is this Kerry Roberts? Yeah, not 100% sure. Raina, love that AJ is calling sidebars. It shows his grave concern with bias Bev. Well, he was winning those sidebars too. He was winning the sidebars. He was getting what he wanted. I thought this was overall it was a great day for AJ. It was a great day for AJ. And frankly, it was a good day for the judge too. When you're doing things fairly and the way that they're supposed to be done, everybody's happy. We all love to see it. So G. Lander, did J.O. have damning info on Birchmore case? I don't think so, because he's just involved with the registry, the sex offender registry, and we're in Birchmore talking about people who have not been convicted of anything. So I don't think they would have crossed paths. Anita Whiteclaw, do you find it bizarre that there is no body camera footage? I would think in a high crime area such as Boston that it would have been mandatory in 2022. You know, body cams are like a mixed bag. It costs a fair amount of money for police to get body cams set up. Now, granted, there's often lots of grant funds and things like that to do it, but it is an initial upfront cost, and there are trade-offs. There is some dispute. You know, at least an argument can be made over, does body cam help police more or hurt them more? And some of that can depend on the culture of your department. Body camera simply means that more is visible. More can be verified. And, you know, if you're in the habit of doing things where there's no witnesses to question you, you know, that might show up when you have a body cam on and all of a sudden we have you on camera doing things you're not supposed to be doing. We had this kind of anecdotally in Washington many years back when they were first bringing in dash cam. It was a little bit of a controversy about that. We had, pretty sure it was Washington State Police that first they had dash cam. They had it for like maybe a year and a half or something like that. It was showing too much of stuff they didn't want people to see. Things like, you know, their DUI investigations and so forth. Like, how does a person actually present? That you want to go in and write a report saying this person's totally drunk, but you watch the video and they look fine. And you might even be on video saying they're fine, which is the fact of a case that was not my case, but one of my colleagues' got a little late produced dash cam video. There's a cop out there. Oh, she's totally fine. She's not drunk. Oh my Lord. So they pulled the body cam, or they pulled the dash cams from Washington State Police for I don't know. I'm not even 100% sure that they have them again now, but I'm like 99% sure they do. So there's trade-offs. You know, it's a matter of preference, matter of cost and expense. How do you budget for it? That type of thing. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that body cams are pretty ubiquitous in law enforcement now. But it's true, not everyone has them. Same situation we dealt with in Pennsylvania with a Kohberger. He was arrested in Pennsylvania, and there's like multiple law enforcement agencies involved. And weirdly enough, not a single one of them has a body camera that's on or operating. Apparently, Pennsylvania State Police did not have body cams at the time, but the FBI sure did. Weirdly, none of them had it on. Wanda G with a super chat. Thank you so much for your support, Wanda. Appreciate that. And Susan C out there gifting memberships, 5 of them. Thank you for your support, Susan. Law and Order. Why not call Brian? Lol, she knows where AJ's going. This is right at the end. Yeah, right at the end. So why didn't you call the brother? Well, I was just so focused on what John needed. That's not an answer, because you're saying what John needed is help. Your mind should have gone instantly to what's going to help John. Oh, my brother in the house right there. Wouldn't that be one of the first things you're thinking of if your focus is on helping John? Your focus is so much on helping John that when they brought him by on the gurney, you turned your back. That's what that was about. At least that's how I took it. You know, maybe AJ was trying to put it as like a signal of disrespect. To me, it was just undermining her claim. I was so focused on John this whole time. No, you weren't. They took him by and you turned your back. You weren't focused on him at all. If you were focused on him, you would have, tracked him the whole way. But you didn't do that. You were focused on the officers that you were talking to, and you were focused on what you were saying to them. I think she did know exactly where it was going. Greg, I want to point something out. Peggy was giddy during Jen's testimony last year. Now look at her when the camera pans that way. Very different. Yeah, and then wasn't even there for the part after the lunch. They were gone. They left. Maybe they had an appointment. Different demeanor, it looked like to me. Mostly peaceful redhead. Jen is just a straight up Budinsky, constantly talking, calling, texting before, during, and after John was found. She was everywhere. She does seem to be in the middle of everything, doesn't she? Where the interviews are happening at her house. If we're chatting at the Albert's house, she's back over there. If there's a group text, she's in it. If there's collateral conversations going on, she's the one having them. With folks like Kerry, folks like Peggy, folks like Michael Lank. Those many phone calls to Michael Proctor. A lot of telephone communication with Michael Proctor. Yeah, she's right at the middle of all of it. She's the fixer. That's what it looks like. Looks like that's the defense's theory, and sure does seem to be adding up with what we're seeing. Wanda G, those cop cars need new windshield wipers. LOL. It kills me every time. You live in blizzard country. You knew a blizzard was coming and you weren't going to fix your wipers. Dude, fix your wipers. Who's even doing the maintenance in this town? You can't fix a wiper blade. Like, it just doesn't speak well for your law enforcement carefulness. Like, you don't even take care of your car. Why are you going to take care of an investigation? I don't know. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm being too judgy about it, but it's a basic maintenance thing. You should be on top of that. If you're an organized professional department that cares about your equipment being in good working order. Tiffany Clark is a new member. Welcome to the crew, Tiffany. Appreciate having you here. Damaris San Giuliano, Mr. Jackson, making me weak with this procedural impropriety. Andrea Brookhart, I need a man to talk impeachment to me too. AJ on fire, and I'm thrilled. It's sexy, isn't it? Good impeachment. Good impeachment. Yeah, it's really nice to see. Really brings out those masculine qualities, man in combat and winning a fight. Yeah, that's a fun thing to see. Raina, the way JM testifies reminds me so much of Jodi Arias and Amber Heard. What a horrible combination of crafty liars. I didn't watch the Jodi Arias trial. I've only ever seen like bits and pieces of it. She sounds pretty horrifying. But obviously Amber Heard, yeah, we talked about this over the last couple days. I try not to make like everything about Depp v. Heard, but it does seem to be the case that like it captured the universe. It has a little bit of everything in it. And so, when I see this kind of witness, it just stands out. So many things in common. The looking over at the jury, the like almost pleading kind of expression with the jury of like, please believe me. The emotion that does not appear genuine. It doesn't read genuine. The constant explanations, talking over, trying to take control of everything. So many things in common between Jen McCabe and Amber Heard and how they present on the stand. John O'Neill, Chloe attacked J.O. in backyard and he dropped phone. He killed dog. BPD service weapon snuck back. Young Albert saw dog, snapped, hit J.O. with hard object. This is a theory of how this unfolded. Maybe he killed Chloe, and that's why Chloe's not there anytime after this. Somebody surely would have heard a gunshot if he shot the dog. Wouldn't somebody in the neighborhood have called in a gunshot? Gunshots, I mean, you can hear from blocks away. I could grant, okay, these next door neighbors, maybe they're scared of him, or they're, gonna look the other way and be like, what happens on your property is your business. Maybe they're not going to do it, but you're going to hear this like, 3-4 blocks away. You get more sound, like better sound sometimes when the storm is coming in. We don't necessarily see a lot of wind here, but you ever have that storm where it's quiet, it's still, and the snow is like just falling, and like you can hear everything for miles. I don't know if that snow like just helps, I don't know, amplify or enclose the sound or something, but I don't know. You're going to hear it from a ways away. Nobody called in a gunshot. That's really my only like, that's where I'd be looking at the weakness in this particular theory. But I could certainly see he kicked the dog. I could certainly see, something else he fought with the dog. Shot, I would think there'd be a not sure that he had his weapon with him either. I don't know. Wasn't coming, did come from home. Meep, hi Andrea, really enjoy catching up with all the content. Do you think Brennan can revive Jen in 20 minutes? Was that the most pathetic redirect you've ever seen? Because it's going to be on like the top 5 for me. Ms. McCabe, after you've been thoroughly demolished here with your inconsistencies on all the various things that you've told, and you're scurrying around and the different faces you're showing depending on who you're talking to, would you mind telling me about the weather? He badly needed to give her a softball to try to build up some kind of confidence to get her back. I mean, that's the only explanation I can come up with for why do you give her the weather? Because it's easy, and she desperately needs an easy question right now. That was pathetic. Ren44 is now a YouTube member. Welcome, Ren. Thanks for joining us. Marvin CZ, I am mostly refraining from watching the trial because it stresses me out, but I made an exception for this cross. It was great. Thank you for the awesome coverage. It was worth it, wasn't it? If you're going to pick one thing to watch today, we still have a ton of trial to go, okay? They might be able to top it. they might be able to top it. Brian Higgins could be juicy at this point, given how, it seems like the loyalties may have shifted. We're not so eager to protect Brian Higgins anymore. By the way, whatever happened outside, that was totally separate from us inside. That could be juicy. But definitely, as far as what we've seen so far, today was great. Today was great. I think the only closer thing that we have so far is Kerry. Kerry, and that was fun in part because we didn't expect to cross necessarily. They didn't cross her the first time. So we didn't necessarily expect one, and then we got it. And then, boy, issue about lying to the grand jury. And as it turns out, it's related to this whole situation. The collaboration with Jen. Thanks for being with us, Marvin. Glad you could make it, and glad that that little gamble paid off for you. What a great day. JT000, satisfaction levels 10 out of 10. A great day to be able to watch live with you all. And wonderful having you all here. Part of the party. We get to enjoy it together. Oh, it's like riding a ride on the amusement park. You get a brief moment of acceleration. Holy shit, she really did. They have maps, man. They got CDRs. They were taking this shit seriously. Okay? They put Jen's call data records into tracks and they made maps and they located her on the days after John O'Keefe's death. And then the payoff, it's wonderful. G. Ryan, you offer the perfect amount of comment and fair. Well, thank you, Ryan. I do try to be fair. We're just trying to make sense out of what we're seeing happen and, and taking into account what we already know from the first trial and kind of what we know about the people from how we watch the pretrial processes unfold and stuff like that. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it's, you can't isolate yourself from the history of a case and stuff like that. So we're just trying to do our best here, make sense out of what we're seeing. That's why it's color commentary, right? It's why it's legal color commentary. Just calling the shots I see. Maybe you see something different, but this is how I see it. To Truth for Liberty. Bowen Nguyen, regular First Amendment auditor, YouTube style, was arrested Tuesday morning for lingering. Is that what he was arrested for? Loitering or something like that? I did see that when it happened. I remember a lot of folks sent me a chat about that. He was the guy who got arrested for violating the buffer zone or whatever. I didn't follow up a whole lot about this. Things got kind of busy kind of fast. So don't know where all that's going. But yeah, I do know that this was the guy that was arrested in the buffer zone. So see what happens with that. Jacqueline, should AJ have asked Matt McCabe or someone if Matt McCabe or someone else deleted the 2:27 a.m. search? Jen said she didn't, which could be true if someone else did. I mean, she's not going to tell the truth anyway. So it just, I think, depends on what your theory is. If your theory is that Matt McCabe deleted the search and you have some way to prove that, at least make it, not just something you're putting out there as a possibility, then maybe. But otherwise, I think you're just kind of letting Jen off the hook for it. You're putting her on record so that she can deny that she deleted the search. We already know the search or whatever the activity was at 2:27, the tab activity was deleted. And we already know that Ian Whiffen can't explain that. He doesn't have any way to replicate that happening. So he doesn't know how it happened. So we're just putting Jen McCabe on the record that she denies that she deleted it, but she lacks credibility. It's almost like, the fact that she denies it makes it more likely to me that did happen. But we're definitely reminding the jury that it was deleted. So If they can prove, like if they were following the evidence, like the theory, the way that Lana over at Truth and Transparency broke it down, the discrepancy between Jen's watch and her phone, for example, to suggest these were in two different hands because they don't do the same things at the same time. The activity does not correspond. And sometimes it's small, but sometimes it's very significant. Could that maybe suggest that Matt McCabe was using the phone? If they were going down that road, yeah, maybe you could ask that, put her on the spot. You run into the do you know, but would she say, I don't know? She wouldn't say, I don't know if he did know. She'd be insistent that he didn't know. He didn't know. How do you know your phone was with you at all times? Yeah, I don't know. It's potentially a little bit of a rabbit hole. So just what's the value of it? She's going to deny it anyway. Is that helpful to you? Zoo Blues is gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Zoo Blues, for that. And Joe is a new member. Thank you, Joe. Glad having you guys on the team. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, I would really enjoy you revisit that cross and point out the differences. I am unclear what exactly is the nuance difference. So the biggest thing that you can see from going back to the cross, and maybe I will when like things settle down a little bit, we get a little bit more free time, maybe I will go in and do like maybe even a comparison or like a point by point breakdown. It could be fun just from a here's the technique kind of standpoint to look at what he's doing and compare them. The biggest obvious difference that stands out here is he is going and he is marking his documents. He is giving them to her. We're making our record of what we're talking about, and he's making it very clear what we're doing with it. Where do we stand? Are you trying to refresh your recollection and then testify? And if you're testifying inconsistently with this document, does that mean you are denying what the document says? The document may or may not be in evidence yet because it might not be admissible at this point. If it's, for example, Proctor's report, Good's report, something like that, might not be admissible yet because we got to get it in through that officer if the officer testifies inconsistently with their own report. But so, you know, that's the visible, obvious difference. But what that's doing is that is, you know, helping focus us in on what exactly is the inconsistency. What are we focused on from last time? We are reading it verbatim. Very big difference. We're not summarizing it. We're not characterizing it. That gives her something to argue with. Well, I don't think I said it like that. And then you get into an argument over his characterization of it. It's messy. Read it verbatim. It's clean, crisp, factual. Simple as that. Did you say that or did you not? Puts her on the spot. So those are the two big differences that you can see, I think, pretty clearly. Just right at face value. But maybe I will come through sometime and do a more detailed breakdown. It does sound like kind of fun content. Scooter 54 became a YouTube member. Welcome, Scooter. Appreciate having you on the team. Michelle, this cross has to terrify the colluding witness. The colluding witness is indeed. Doesn't it? Because we know they're all watching. Jonna, if you butt dial, the voicemail will pick up. John should have numerous voicemails with background noises from her. Yes, he should. And he doesn't, does he? He doesn't, does he? Yeah, he should. It's the butt hangups that are the problem, like Edward pointed out earlier. I see you. Did Jen call Nicole at 5:07 to tell her Karen was out driving around? This is an intriguing question, isn't it? So 5:07 is after Karen called Jen, and Jen has also at this point, I think, scrambled around and made other calls. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So she gets the incoming call from Karen sometime like, you know, I don't have the exact record, but it's like 4:40-ish, 4:50 something. So she calls John twice, 4:59 and 5:04. Karen then calls her at 5:05. She calls Karen back at 5:05. They have a 43-second call. She calls John some more. This is all kind of happening right in that time frame, but it looks like it's right after Karen called her at 5:05 and they have a 43-second conversation, right? 5:05:14 takes them to 5:06, and then within like a minute, you're calling Nicole. You're calling Nicole. So does that add up with the way Mr. Jackson described the communications before, that Karen told her she was coming over? She didn't come. She didn't show up out of the blue like Jen is trying to say. Karen told her, I'm coming over. And that's when Jen called Nicole. Kind of looks like that's our time frame. So what could she be telling her? Yeah, Karen's coming over. Karen's out looking for John. Perhaps some final decisions about John's resting place need to be made, hypothetically. Could be something like that. That's the one we just had. V Grave 911. We found our friend unconscious in the snow. He's a police officer. He was drinking last night with us. Yeah, seems like there's a lot of ways, if you wanted to be helpful with this information, you could have provided it. I was just trying to give them the information I thought that was important. Well, the last time you saw him there and the circumstances, how he ended up there, and what you knew about them, those seem like they're pretty important details for you to let them know. Because according to you, if he didn't come inside, then he maybe has been lying out there since 12:45, 12:30, whatever our timeline is this time. He's been lying out there for over 6 hours. And seems like that's going to be something that people coming to help would want to know. So yeah, not necessarily buying that. What's his name? His name's John. His name's John. Andrew Hansen, are the heart rate questions appropriate for a layman? Oh, I mean, not necessarily, but it's so ridiculous. Like, honestly, who cares? She can testify to her own personal experience of her heart rate. You know, she can't offer any opinions about, you know, what it means or whatever. But she can testify to her own experience of it. Yes, my heart rate was in a calm state or whatever. The rural juror, AJ needs to point out those texts are not with her family, adults, where she is safe and has protection. He did do that, didn't he? When he came back on the redirect, he pointed out all these things you're saying to Carrie, all these things that you're saying to other people. I just can't believe what I'm still in horror and shock and horror. She's got her shock and horror mask on, just like she put it on for the jury, but behind the scenes with the group chat, she loves it. I love it. I love it. I thought he did that extremely well. Brian Bryson, I don't think Karen did it, but what is the defense timeline for John and phone going from house back to laying in yard after 12:32? Phone shows no action after 12:32. Airplane mode would be an action. Well, the phone it shows things happening. It shows looking for GPS. It shows searching for Face ID and stuff like that. So we know the phone is not powered off. I would assume there would be a record in the phone for putting in an airplane mode. I don't know if a Faraday bag would do that. Would the Faraday bag do that? Can you walk it so carefully that it doesn't register as steps? You know, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think, putting on my defense lawyer hat here, you always come back to it's not the defense's burden to have a timeline or to explain it. It's the prosecutors to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that their version is what happened. But I agree it would be nice to have just have a theory of the movement of the phone. Because I don't know, one of the possible explanations for Jen calling it and calling it and calling it. I remember coming up last trial, people thought, well, maybe she's looking for it. Maybe he dropped it at some point and she's looking for it. Maybe. But I don't know. We didn't get a theory last time. I don't know if they're going to have one this time. We'll see. Joshua Mundal, dog attacks intruder John. Colin attacks intruder. John falls back and hits head. Attempt to save John. Take outside to slow flow of blood. Hence Google search. John dies. Now it's a cover-up to save Colin. In a quick nutshell, my hypothesis. Fits the facts. Fits the facts. Based on what we know, can we rule this out? No. I personally am not real convinced that Colin was involved. Yeah, he seems like a kind of obnoxious punk, but to me, when I see the knuckles, this is not an obnoxious punk that's going out and challenging a 225-pound police officer. This is the kind of little punk that likes to hit the heavy bag without his wraps on. Thinks it makes him look tough or whatever. I don't really think he's involved. I think part of the issue was them trying to get the kids away because whatever happened outside is separate from whatever happened inside, right? They're trying to distance the inside and everybody who is inside, and that includes the kids. So worst case scenario, even if it all comes crashing down, it happened outside, it's separate from all of us. That's kind of my take on it. I think they don't want the kids involved in having to be part of the cover-up. Minimize the extent to which the kids need to lie to law enforcement, because that could go badly. The rural juror, Jen, you doth protesteth too much about FBI. Oh, as you know, they're no longer investigating, so I must have done a pretty good job, didn't I? Well, they didn't stop investigating in April 2023, did they, Jen? Did they? And we know that they didn't because when did they hire ARCA, Jen? When did they hire ARCA? And when did ARCA do their work? When was that again? Was that after April 2023? Yes, indeed it was. Yeah, it's a touchy spot for her, that FBI investigation. James Casatelli to be a fly on the wall in the McCabe house tonight. There is much wailing and rending of hair and garments in the McCabe house tonight. Perhaps we are wailing and shaving our heads in grief. Yeah, that would be fascinating, would it? To be in the group text. Z, if I was a juror, McAlbert's manipulated O'Keefe's so much they take half their seats and ignore evidence. So how couldn't they control DA, MSP, and CPD? Yeah, that's a good point. Beyond just their ability to kind of control and insinuate themselves and stuff like that, it's just that they've taken over. Look at this clear alignment, at least right up until Jen has really bombed on cross, and now they're no longer in the courtroom. Is that sending a message? Surely that is sending a message to Jen, if nobody else. But now they're no longer in the courtroom. But yeah, they've been showing up, taking all the seats. They're in with this family, and everybody wants to give the family answers about what happened to John. So if they're controlling the narrative and what the O'Keefes think and what the O'Keefes want to happen, can that even unintentionally, even not deliberately, influence law investigation and the kind of solution they try to find? Yeah, I think it can. That's the nature of bias. If you have two competing theories that are equally plausible to present to Mrs. O'Keefe, and one of them is Karen did it and one of them is Paul did it, which one are you going to be more eager to give her? You much prefer to give her the Karen did it version. Freddie York, if Karen was dating Higgins and Higgins was found dead on the lawn, John would have helped his cop friends cover it up too. Blue Man Gang is real. We haven't talked about patterns a lot since the first week. We talked a lot about patterns because we were looking at the domestic violence angle of this and the way that relationships tend to show up in patterns, the way that people bond and communicate and learn how to relate to others and have relationships with them. Those tend to occur in patterns because you learn from what you see. And you're shaped by what you experienced when you were a child, watching the people around you and how they bond and connect and so forth. So, patterns, and people tend to aggregate to what they know, I buy it. He would have been another one. Just part of the whole scene. Love in Two Limes, video clips. Why is prosecution allowed to play random video clips and neither side comments on them? Defense doesn't defend them. They can't defend them. They can't comment on them. They're not arguing at this point. They can talk about them in closing and address them. But they don't get to talk about the clips until it's their turn. And so Karen can get on the stand and explain them if she wants to. Other witnesses can explain, here's what she was talking about, stuff like that. They can present testimony about that. But by and large, they think, for example, the clip isn't that bad or the clip doesn't imply what the Commonwealth wants you to think. That's argument. They'll deal with that in closing. So why they're allowed to present it this way, they're Karen's statements. They're out of court. They are admissible. The defense has apparently stipulated to the authenticity, and I don't know that there is an objection to this manner of presenting them. So I think it's generally okay with everyone, and when it's the defense's turn, if they have anything to say about it, they will. Buttercup 203, thanks for another great week, Andrea. Go Phils. Go Phils. Go Phils. We got about an hour 45. Is that what I saw? I checked about 3:45 before we go and play Arizona. We got Jesus Luzardo starting on the mound tonight. He's been having a pretty good season, pretty good start so far. Go Phils. Thanks for being here with us, Buttercup. Law and Order. You see the bailiff vid from day 6. Yeah. I saw your comment from before. I haven't looked at it yet, but I do have that note written down, exactly where to find it. So I will do that over the weekend. Potentially criminal. Sean, what's up? FSTs are tests. Can you 100% pass? And the cops can still fail you by simply saying, I still think you're drunk. Yeah. And it's, to be clear, this also applies to the HGN test, right? Because how often, like if you're on body cam, maybe, and you're actually watching the test and you can actually see it being administered and you can see what the person's eyes are doing. In that case, there's some sort of verification of what the police officer says. But otherwise, they're just saying, I saw it. And you're taking it at face value or you're not. And by and large, the judge, for example, is going to take it at face value. The police officer's telling the truth. If the police officer said, I saw sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation, then they're gonna assume that happened. And by and large, jurors tend to be inclined to give police that benefit of the doubt too. So unless you caught it on body cam, even HGN, it's supposed to be very objective. It is. It's probably the best of the FSTs, but it's not necessarily documented what the results were. But the other ones, the walk and turn, the toe touch thing, these ones that are supposed to be coordination, no, they're really made to fail. And I've seen there's some videos floating around and stuff like that. For example, people have gotten police to try to do it, and the police will fail it. The police will fail the tests. Like, they're made to be a little bit subjective about how well did you walk? How well did you follow instructions? Did you do the turn exactly correctly? That type of thing. And so I turn slightly differently because it's more comfortable for me, that's going to be a fail on the test because the officer hasn't told me. But part of what this test is doing is, am I following his instructions exactly to the letter? And so if I don't, even though I don't know it's important, I do it in a way that's more comfortable for me, it's going to be a fail. And then that officer is going to say I'm drunk. So yeah, I agree, Sean. It's just it's a way of bolstering the arrest, really. Doesn't do a whole lot more. Jessica, PD here carries sealed blood test and EMS test you on scene, but we were taught day one, doc, like a lawyer will read it. We are subpoenaed all the time. Interesting. So you do a lot of blood testing on the scene there. So in Washington, the way that it works here, typically you're going to be offered the breath test first, but they don't have to. They can just immediately jump to, I'm going to get a search warrant for your blood. And it's done at the hospital. They take you to the hospital, typically down to the ER, and then you'll get your blood drawn there. But they do try to do it fast because the way our statute is written is that the test has to be within 2 hours, or it won't be admissible in court. So you can't sit around and lollygag. You got to get it done, but it does have to be done at the ER where we are. State by state, a lot of different procedures. And yes, I can imagine document like a lawyer will read it. Yep, exactly which swab you used. Did you notice? I mean, I can't help but notice that this, last time the doctor, whatever his name was, the pathologist guy from Good Samaritan, he was very insistent you use betadine as your non-alcohol alternative. This time he said a moist towelette. A moist towelette? What the hell does that even mean? Moist towelette is not a word of art. Does that mean it's wet? If it's a non-alcohol, which it could be, it could have alcohol in it, because you need alcohol to sterilize. If this is just a damp towel dampened with water, it's not sterilizing anything. So you are now pushing a needle through unsterile skin. That is highly inappropriate. Not a thing you would be doing in a hospital. Couldn't help but notice that. What the hell is a moist towelette? I suspect that would be better documented if he was out there with you, Jessica, doing these kinds of tests. I love kitties, 73. Thanks for all you do. AJ was amazing. Well, thanks for being here with us. Yes, he was. And it was fun. And we had a great time. Just Because gifted 5 Andrea Burkhart memberships. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your support. Sandra, AB, thank you for your analysis. How does a PNW girl become a Phillies fan? I married in. See, when I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, I was already kind of too old to be into the Mariners by the time the Mariners were worth watching. I had already learned at this point, like, I like baseball, but this team is not, there's nothing going on. Okay. Griffey comes along now. Maybe we'll pay attention to this team, but pre-Griffey, there's no reason to watch the Mariners. So I wasn't a Mariners fan. I just was a fan of baseball in general. And I liked different players. I liked, I remember I really liked the Rocket, Roger Clemens, liked him, liked Mark McGuire, liked Darryl Strawberry, just a lot of different players from different teams. So I got into the sport, but I really never had a team, just didn't grow up that way. So then I married somebody from the old Phillies fandom, and here I am now. Sandy B, with both Kerry and Jen, both lied and said they left Meadows and went to lengths on the stand. Isn't that perjury? If they knew that was untrue when they said it, yes, it is. So how do you prove that they knew that was true? Oh, they both just conveniently forgot. It's evidence of perjury for sure. And that fact that they both happened to get it wrong, that is circumstantial. That is circumstantial, isn't it? NJ Kathy, great recap, Andrea. I love your take on the trial. Thank you. Thank you, NJ Kathy. We like having this crew here and this conversation. A lot of good insights and stuff like that. Laura Pickrell, would it impact this case moving forward if the FBI had findings that proved Karen's innocence? Only to the extent that the basis for their findings would have been disclosed to the defense, because the FBI having an opinion on her being guilty or not, even if it's well substantiated, it's not coming in as evidence. You don't get to have evidence that is opinions about somebody's guilt or innocence. That's crossing the line into what it is the jury's job to do, the right to a jury trial and so forth. So you don't get to have that come in. However, whatever they based that decision on is evidence that you can use to present at trial so that the jury will reach the same conclusion. So in and of itself, a finding would not make that difference. But if you know what they based it on and you can reproduce that, yeah, that could help a lot. That could help a lot. Ian Thomas, if it was frozen ground, the wound would have been roughly circular. JOK was horizontal. Our prosecution now going to claim it came from the spoiler on the SUV. This is a good question. I'm interested in hearing more about this because I don't really know. I'm not a doctor, definitely not a skull fracture doctor. Had a few cases involving head injuries and contra-coup injuries and things like that, but certainly not enough to know a lot about what type of mechanism produces what type of injury. And I don't really remember that being fleshed out a lot in the last trial either. Of course, Dr. Rentschler wasn't really allowed to get into it. So didn't necessarily hear a lot about how John's injuries came about as like the alternative theory in the first trial. But it makes sense if it's just you hit the ground, you're going to hit it at like the point and your skull is round. And so it's just going to be equally distributed. It's just what I would kind of assume. So roughly circular makes sense to me. I'll be interested to see what the experts have to say. But it does sound like he's going to say it came from the spoiler. I guess we call that a spoiler when it's on top of the hatch there. Maybe it's even functioning as a spoiler. I assume it kind of is, but not totally sure. Might just be like a rain moisture. I'm not sure. Anyway, he pointed out specifically before the jury view, one of the things he wants you to pay attention to is that piece that comes out of the top of Karen's hatchback. Pay attention to that. So fits in their theory somehow. Sure does seem to make sense that maybe they're going to say that's what hit John's head. But they sure went to a lot of effort pre-trial to keep the option open for them to say it was the frozen ground, didn't they? I mean, we would know. The jury wouldn't necessarily know, but we here would know. You've been scrambling for a theory to explain this evidence for years now. And even until like right before trial, you didn't settle on the one that you're going to be presenting. We know that happened. And I think, it makes it all the more clear why there are so many people who are protesting the fact that this prosecution is happening at all. Because that's not how prosecution should happen. That's not what they should be based on. You should have your theory established before you file the charge. And this scurrying around after the fact, no, that undermines your decision to prosecute in the first place. Oh, now what? Thoughts on if someone breaks, could we see a dismissal of charges? And if before deliberation, could this trial be over? Well, if they dismiss charges, yeah, it's over. Definitely, because jeopardy is attached. So we're done. We're done. The way that can happen, if there is a risk that somebody's going to get exposed in some way, or things are going to get a lot worse, from a liability kind of standpoint, yeah, it can happen. I've told the story before about when I had the cop that was lying, and we were able to pin it down to exactly. We could prove he was lying. We have photos that prove you're lying, and court had already gone through a whole big song and dance trying to verify and accommodate this officer's version of events. We were going to be able to prove, here's a photograph. It's a flat out lie. and they dismissed the case before we could do that. Didn't want that official record, maybe, of this this police officer has lied in his testimony. Tends to be the kind of thing you have to turn over as Brady material. So yeah, it could. It could. Seen a similar thing happen. It could. They decide, this is going so badly. There's a risk of people being seriously exposed here. Yeah, we'll just dismiss it so that doesn't happen. And then the trial would be over. Cia LaFleur, I'm interested in lost cells, gone dog, sold home. Yeah, and that's all still coming. The gone dog is the only thing of all of this that we've even touched on so far. Suddenly the next morning, the dog is gone. Where's the dog? Where's the dog? We heard an opening. Sold the family home, been in the family for generations. And within a year of this incident, yeah, the phones are gone, the dog's gone, the home is gone. So they'll get to it. I expect they're going to get to it. Raina, sorry, the minute I see the expert is affiliated with MSP, I immediately side-eye. Poor Lally, he is now the dunce of the decade. Oh, man, Lally is excruciating. He's just not a smart man. He's not a smart man. So he's not good on the fly. He's not good at adjusting to what the actual needs of the case are and what the witness is giving you. So if the witness has already given us the answer to your next question, you don't need to ask the next question just because it's on your script. You can cross that one off. It's already been answered. We don't need the whole background of the history of accreditation to understand, yeah, they think it's a good lab. It's been validated. We get it. We get it. So it's Lally's tendency for me to repeat things and just go into a level of detail that no human thinks is necessary. That's what I find difficult about Lally, particularly when it's after lunch and your eyelids are getting a little heavy. All that blood's gone to your stomach to digest, getting that late afternoon nod. That's always been an issue for me. So I'm sure some of you experience that too. But he does. It's incredibly boring. It is what he is. It is what it is. Greg Cagle. How did they get Jen's phone when all the rest of that gang was able to dodge turning theirs over? Because she volunteered it. She volunteered it. It's what it sounds like. Or at the very least, someone asked her and she went, oh, okay. She was the one that was asked. They needed someone's phone, I guess. So why hers? Well, because she's the center of everything. She was the center with Karen. Karen making those early morning phone calls, I think, is probably the biggest piece of it. And then the text with John. She was texting with John back and forth. So hers is the phone that's most connected to the events. That's why they would be interested in hers. And she's like, okay. Okay. Let me delete a bunch of stuff first. And she did. Edward Kirkpatrick, what time on February 1st was Reed arrested? Matt McCabe sends the text out about pleads out at 4:35 on February 1st. I don't remember off the top of my head. My recollection is it was in the evening, and I did see some stuff over the lunch break that was going around this was before Karen was arrested. So that is interesting timing, isn't it? Perhaps they had an inside line on what was happening with the investigation and where things were going to go. Perhaps. Maybe they just guessed. Josh H. Jen was so excited JOK was coming over when he never came in after she saw him on the street. She didn't notice his body on the lawn. She was so excited about him coming over that she texted and texted and texted and called and called and called. But she never checked with Karen. Never checked with Karen the entire time. Are you guys coming? Are you not? And then the next morning when Karen alerts her You know, he didn't come home. You don't think, where was he last? Where did I last see him? 34 Fairview. Let's go there. No. No. No, let's go to his house first. Let's take our time. I don't know why you'd even want to go to 34 Fairview because he never came in. Distancing them from that front lawn. Yeah. Doesn't really make a lot of sense when you think about it, does it? Patricia McLean, I think Kerry at MGJ said she heard it at FGJ and said she did not. AJ suggested after the scary Fed warring perjury. So I think this is saying at the Massachusetts grand jury, she heard it at the federal grand jury, but they didn't go in that order. I think that's the problem. She said this to the Massachusetts grand jury very early on, and the feds weren't even investigating as far as we know until later. The first thing we hear about the feds is the April 2023. That's a year after the state grand jury. So she said this to the state grand jury. It was long before the FBI was ever involved in this. So what she tried to say in her cross-examination in this trial was just that she misunderstood the question. It was a bad Lally question. What, I'm not going to try to hunt it down, but something to the effect of what conversation was there between Jen McCabe and Karen Reed in the back of the car that you heard? He emphasized that question several times, AJ did on cross. And she testified Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia. So what does that mean? What did that conversation happen? That she tried to say I misunderstood it and I thought you were asking about what I heard, but I'd only heard that. I didn't witness it myself. That was her explanation. At least that's how I understood it. Yes, that was quite a scary suggestion, as it should be. OCD Shaggy. Both trials are proving how much influence the McAlberts have in this town. It's not about JOK. It's about deflecting blame. Yeah, it's not personal. They would have done the same thing to anybody that they beat up in their house and accidentally killed. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? They would have done this to anybody. And that was the theme of the opening, the powerful Albert family. That was one of the things AJ told us we were going to be hearing about. I think the jury is starting to get the hint. Kelly Brennan's lost big boy pants. My dad loves a butt dial. My inbox is full of 5-minute conversations between his pocket and my voicemail, as neither have fingers to politely hang up. Yeah, we used to get some butt dials from Jeff's mom from time to time, and not the voicemail, because I don't think I've checked my voicemail in years. Who even uses voicemail anymore? Is that just me? I don't know. If you leave me messages, sorry, I probably haven't got it. Don't check it. Don't check it anymore. So I mean, I could have voicemails of butt dials on my phone, and I'm just not aware of them. But, yeah, butt dials do happen, but you got to do something. Got to do something to put an end to that phone call. Either you figure it out, oh, geez, oops, and you hit call end because you realize you butt dialed, or you take up the whole recording to the point where, it's your message is too long. It's going to stop. It's going to cut you off. It's not going to let you record for hours on end. Rarely, I think, does the butt just go ahead and end the call. I don't think the butt typically hits end call. Can't say that's been part of my life experience. Ian Thomas, should side baz be outdated like side burns? We should not be having so many sidebars in this case. I really don't know why we are. When the jury is not present, there is no reason to have a sidebar. You should be doing your business in front of the public. You are a public courthouse. This is a public process. I don't know why we're trying to conceal it until such time as a transcript is produced, at which point we would see it then anyway. but we're just creating this additional hurdle and expense if somebody's going to have to go get a transcript if they want to know what these sidebars are about. Shouldn't be happening like that. Edward Kirkpatrick, who does maintenance in this town? Wipers. Same person that sets up their Sallyport cameras so they work perfectly. Gotta wonder, don't you? Gotta wonder. Now, they're probably different people. The digital maintenance guy is probably a different guy from the wiper maintenance guy, but you gotta wonder how much blood that wiper maintenance guy is cleaned up off of patrol cars. Gotta wonder about that. Charm free. Karen was never going to be accepted by the women in JOK's life. She's educated, successful, and has faith. It's just too much for the petty people John was surrounded by. The patterns, one of the patterns we identified, this guy has a lot of mean girls around him, doesn't he? Mean catty girls. Mean catty girls, and not necessarily the ones that he dated. I was thinking about that with the Sullivan sisters, right? He dates the nice one, but it's the catty one, the catty sister that, he totally did not get caught kissing in the lobby in Aruba by Karen and get confronted. It was just a misunderstanding. A lot of catty women around this guy. And so, I don't have a lot of catty women in my life. It's just not a thing I really tolerate, am interested in. It's not how I relate to women. So this kind of attitude is a little bit foreign to me, other than what I remember from high school. I have to think way back. To get back into that whole sort of pattern of how people behaved and stuff like that. But yeah, I would expect them to be threatened by her, jealous, possessive of John, all that type of thing. Does seem to be part of the pattern. Nobody's ever good enough for him. Mom set that standard early, and seems like many of the women in his life mimic that. Carrie, certainly. The randoms that he would bring over. Did not think highly of John's women. Alex Kane, sorry if already asked and answered, but is that a still from the Birdcage film as your camera muted avatar classic? Yes, it is. It is. It's the very beginning when Nathan Lane is not wanting to go on stage. Don't look at me, I'm hideous. I haven't actually changed it. The reason why I put it on was because, a long time ago, it was when Rob and Ian Runkle were on stream, Law and Lumber and Runkle of the Bailey. And they wanted me to, I think it might've been during Delphi. It was during Delphi. That's why I'm literally in bed. Okay. These are long days. I'm exhausted. I'm literally in bed. I'm not putting myself on camera right now. And so I put that avatar on. Don't look at me. I'm hideous. And I just haven't changed it since. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Good eye on you, Alex. The Mimi Sue is gifted a membership. Thank you so much. The Mimi Sue, very generous of you. Josh H. To date, 2 of the Commonwealth civilian witnesses have been destroyed on cross, showing one lied to a grand jury and the other lied to a law enforcement agency. Yeah. And these 2 who just were never even knew each other before and became fast friends over all this. Now they also told the same lie, didn't they, about Link's house? Told the same lie. Starting to look a little bit more collusive, isn't it? A little bit more of a coordination between them. They are making this point much, much better in trial 2. I didn't get this read on Kerry really at all in trial 1. They didn't cross her. She cried. She was sobby. So my impression was Kerry is a useful idiot. She's maybe suggestible too on the I hit him type of thing. Really didn't get the read that Kerry is hardcore part of the conspiracy, but it's looking that way this time. Both of them lying about lengths. That's significant to me. It's quite a coincidence that you both happen to forget. You both told the same story and it's wrong. You don't mention being at Jen's house. Why didn't you drop Jen's daughter off? If you went by Jen's house, you didn't mention going by 34 Fairview. Yep. Different character this time for sure. Oh, now became a YouTube member. Welcome to the channel. Do stick around for a while. Glad to have you. Just because, how much coaching do you think it took to break Jen out of saying her catchphrases or shock and horror and but I wish I had? Yeah, but I wish I had was one of the themes from last time. All of the McAlbert witnesses had that one. I wish I had seen him on the lawn. I wish I had. It was their explanation for other things that they couldn't explain. Yeah, I don't know if this is coaching. I don't know if this is the Alberts themselves changing their strategy. I mean, she's definitely stuck with shock. She's in shock, just not the horror. It was just too memeable, I guess, maybe. But she's stuck with the general theme of it. I was in shock. If I don't like what I said, it's because I was in shock. If I don't like what I remembered, it's because I was in shock. Some things you never forget, but that time I forgot it because I was in shock. The rural juror, JOK couldn't have killed dogs. She bit a person after. Well, thank you for that reminder. Of course. Yeah, John didn't kill the dog because Chloe got rehomed because there's a dog bite incident where she bit the person, maybe two people, put them in the hospital. Yep. Thank you for the reminder, the rural juror. That is exactly right. John did not kill the dog. That's not what happened to Chloe on January the 29th. She just vanished. She just went somewhere. Went somewhere mysterious. Josh H., not going to lie, my opinion, if a trial ends in a mistrial and the state changes their theory, they should have to sell a new grand jury indictment. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I'd like to see happen if the state is unable to convict. I don't like all these multiple bites at the apple, period. You know? My view of what double jeopardy should be is that you have your opportunity to overcome the presumption of innocence. And if you are unable to do that, then you're done. That's how I think it should be. But that's not the constitutional floor. States would be free to pass laws to that effect. But oddly enough, they haven't done that. Oddly enough, they haven't restricted criminal prosecution. Seems like law generally only grows in favor of more and more and more prosecution and harder and harder and harder punishments. But I can definitely see the argument for this. You know, you're gonna shift up your basic theory if the facts are different from what you presented to the grand jury, and at this point they're quite a bit different. Okay, there is a statement of facts that the Commonwealth filed that, you know, is ostensibly setting forth the version of events that they presented to the grand jury, and a lot of that is not held up. So yeah, I could see a good policy reason why that's what you sold the first time. You're trying something else. You should have to sell it to them again. I like this idea. Harley 62, Andrea, I had a ball listening to you. Your joy towards AJ was palpable. We have great mods and great chat. It was a great day. We do. We have a great scene here. It's wonderful. We have a good time. And boy, when it's fun, we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. Oh, really glad you enjoyed it today. I enjoyed it so much. It's just, you know, when you get to see an artist, you know, somebody who's just very, very skilled working their craft, you can really appreciate that. You can appreciate the talent in it. You can appreciate the technique in it. It's a thing of beauty. And that's kind of how I see what AJ did in the courtroom today. It really was a thing of beauty. So well done. So well done. Artful. In Buddhism, they have this concept of skillfulness. It's particularly comes up in the kind of Japanese Zen tradition because that's part of things like tea ceremony, bonsai. And it's about bringing your attention to the task at hand. Related to this idea of kind of being immersed in the task at hand, because that's part of doing it skillfully. If your mind gets distracted while you're doing something, you're hammering and you get distracted, you might hit your finger, and that's not very skillful. Or you might hit the nail the wrong way and it goes in. But consistent, dedicated, focused practice will develop skillfulness. And so that's just kind of the feeling I got today watching AJ at work. It was skillfully done, and it just gives you a feeling of peace and well-being. Yeah, all is well with the world. It's going the way that it's supposed to. Just very, very reassuring to see that play out the way that it did. Edward Kirkpatrick got confirmation. Arrest was at 7:40 p.m. Ruh-roh. Good confirmation there, Edward. Yeah, I knew it was in the evening. Couldn't remember exactly what time. 7:40. Good 3 hours after Matt McCabe is texting about if she pleads. How'd they know? How'd they know? If they weren't running around trying to get information from law enforcement, how did they know that she was going to be arrested at all? They know she was going to be charged at all. How prophetic was that? Otherwise, it'll be an event. Indeed, it has been an event, hasn't it, Matt? Have you enjoyed your time at this event? Are you entertained? Prophetic. Z, trial 1 sat JOX who drunk drove equals biker lost leg. Was that somebody who was in the gallery? I don't remember. There's so much drunk driving in this case. Honestly, it's really hard to keep track of. I know we have Paul. I know we have Chris. I know we have Richard Green. We've got like a whole slew of drunk driving. Oh, that's just kind of gathered, around this case. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, John seemed to have an issue with drinking. That comment about just getting sober now. It's the middle of the afternoon. What are you just getting sober from? That whole daring, was it Kurt or Mike to come out? I think it was Kurt, pussy. That's how they are, pussy. You're not drinking. You're not taking one more. God, I hate people like that. I've always hated that. That's whole peer pressure. Like, you need to drink, you need to do drugs, you want to be a pussy. I'll do what I want. Like, what do you care? What do you care what I drink? What do you care? What do you care if I take a hit off that? I just always hated people doing that whole pushy thing. I don't get the point. I really don't get the point. But that seemed to be the environment that these guys had. Maybe it's just mutual reassurance that, drinking as much as humanly possible without dying is a good thing. It's a virtuous thing. It's a thing to be applauded. It's a culture I don't relate to at all. But I can see it's a little high schoolish, isn't it? So yeah, a lot of drunk driving, no question. Taylor Cook, am I the only one that noticed a change in Bev and Bryn's demeanor towards the defense after that odd meeting Wednesday afternoon? Almost agreeable. I don't know if I noticed it after the meeting. I definitely will agree. I see a different demeanor today. Certainly from Bev. And I think it's because he's doing it now the way she wants him to. He's doing it in a non-argumentative way, and it's focused, and it was very effective. And so in that sense, maybe Judge Bev even did him a favor. Maybe she did. I mean, this worked. It worked extremely well. And if that's what her problem was, and that's why she's been so irritated with AJ this whole time, was to get us here, you did him a favor, Bev. maybe it's that's part of it. But I'd have to go back and see kind of specifically Wednesday afternoon, because she still seemed pretty hostile to Alan. And Brennan was making lots of objections and stuff. She was sustaining. I don't know I don't know that I really saw a shift in demeanor on Wednesday afternoon. But I do. I think I saw one today. He's doing it technically clean and crisp, so there's nothing to object to. You got to just take it. You got to just take it. And when you try, she's letting him do it. He's having the sidebar. He's showing what he's doing. Beautiful. Jason Sorensen, if the facts and science prove he was hit, why do they need 4 weeks? If he was hit, then it doesn't matter what defense says. It's what it always comes back down to, 100 billion%. If he was hit by a car, you could just prove that. And then the rest of the case falls into place, because what's the most logical explanation? Given where he was found, she hit him. You know, remarkable coincidence if somebody else just randomly happened to hit him in that location. If they could prove he was hit by a car, their case is 90% done. So that's the problem. They can't. They have to focus on all of this other collateral stuff. But she gave interviews, but she brought up his girlfriends. She acknowledged the fact that John had exes. He really played those clips. What are those supposed to be? How was that supposed to be? Was that supposed to make her look jealous? Because it didn't. It didn't at all. And especially after the counterpoint of Jen McCabe that we just got, we're supposed to look at that as nefarious? I ain't seeing it. Nope, I am not seeing that at all. So yeah, that's why they're flailing, and that's why they can't have a consistent theory of how this happened, and that's why, they had to bring in a new accident reconstructionist and a new pathologist and people to try to come up with new new ways for how this happened. Because they can't just prove John was hit by a car. Natalie VB Light Breeze. Happy Jackson kept it cool. She did not hit him, but did not believe they were all drunk. Karen Reed was a scapegoat. Never understood why this was not. She didn't hit him. I mean, that's the bottom line. Everybody else at the house, probably mixed. I would be willing to guess that the guys were probably pretty drunk, right? Because they're part of this let's pressure each other culture. You pussy, can't keep up. That kind of scene. So I'd be willing to bet the guys were pretty drunk. The girls, I don't know, maybe not. Seems like they're supposed to drive. Karen's supposed to drive. Did Jen drive or did Matt drive? I don't remember, but we know Nicole drove. Yeah, the ladies are supposed to drive while the men get all shit-faced. And that's how they do things over there. I love that he kept it cool. It works. He kept the high ground. She squirmed. And she looked ridiculous with the explanations and excuses she was trying to make. And nobody believes for a second you just forgot how you went to Sergeant Lank's house the day after John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Nobody believes that. Sia LaFleur, first day with you and the chat posse. It's great. Welcome. I hope you come back. We do try to have a good time here. No, we're not an echo chamber. We don't have rules about what you're allowed to think or not think. No, all we ask, be respectful. Discuss things with each other respectfully. Debate as much as you want. Debate hard if you want, but do it respectfully. And this is a really super fun place to be. You'll find people with a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, a lot of good insights, and boy, some killer wit, man. Some very witty and very clever people, and some of the most entertaining usernames. So I'm glad you found us. What a week. What a week. 2 weeks in, still not showing that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Law and Order is going to jump in late. Is Trooper Paul not coming back for Commonwealth? Can decall? He's on the list, but we don't know if they're going to call him back. I believe he is on the defense list as well. So yes, they could. I think the question here is, Generally speaking, can they call him to show that the theory has changed? I don't see why not. That goes to the Bowden and the impeachment of the investigation. Your investigation is trash because you've had to have 100,000 theories of how this happened, and still none of them add up to John O'Keefe being hit by a car. None of them explain his injuries, and none of them are consistent with laws of physics. So I think that's possible, but we'll have to see how all that plays out. So fun times, guys. Fun times. We're on going into day 9 on Monday. So we're ahead of Lally. We haven't quite hit the Lally point of 24 days before we hear anything about whether John O'Keefe was hit by a car, but we're getting closer and closer. It's going to get harder and harder for him to kick the can down the road. Eventually, he's going to have to get to that facts, science, and data that he told us all about in opening, because so far, really doesn't seem to be going his way. And unfortunately for him, that backup plan he had, Ipsy Dixit, I hit him, that doesn't seem to be going his way either. It just doesn't. So unfortunately, it's just not being delivered with the credibility that he needs it to land. And so at this point, we've heard from 2 witnesses, and there's problems with both of them. I don't know how you're going to sell it at this point. If the jury's already skeptical of it, for you to overcome that, I think is going to be tricky. I think they're going to look at anybody who comes next with skepticism. So this might be a mistake in the order of things from the Commonwealth this time. Last time they had Katie McLaughlin early on. She was one of the first people to testify about the I hit him. And it kind of went a little bit sideways with the offer of proof, the voir dire and everything, because Katie knows Caitlin Albert. The exact nature of their relationship was kind of vague, exactly how close it was. She was like, she's an acquaintance, not a friend, but you guys have spent a lot of time together in social settings over a lot of years, and you're in photos doing that, including up to fairly recently. But just because of the context, the timing of things, it wasn't really clear, like, why should we be skeptical of Katie McLaughlin? So maybe it looks like more of a reach to discredit her? Well, not now. Now we're already skeptical of I hit him. So now when Katie's relationship with Caitlin Albert comes out, I think it's going to be more easily accepted. Oh yeah, she's just another part of it too. Oh, man. The reprise is not going well for Mr. Brennan. In some respects, he does things better than Mr. Lally, but can't say he's overall standing in a better position right now than Mr. Lally was, similar point in time. And given what he's done and the sort of mood and tone that he's set, I'm not sure that he's in a great position to turn it around. We'll have to see. We still got a lot of trial to go, guys. A lot of trial to go. Well, hey, enjoy your weekends. It is not Cinco de Mayo, but it is Cinco de Mayo weekend. If you celebrate, do enjoy. Remember that horizontal gaze nystagmus test I taught you guys. Remember it and use it prudently. We got boxing this weekend. I'm very excited about it. It's kind of been a tradition the last couple of years. One of the gyms in town puts on an event for Cinco de Mayo. They hold it outside at the Pasco Farmers Market. It's a great environment. A kid from our gym is going to be the co-main event. If you're in the Tri-Cities, pull up. I'd love to see you. Check in. Cheer for our boy Chris. He's been awesome. He's really having a great run. Young kid, still in his first year fighting. So, but building up a very good record, and Should be a really good fight. I'm excited for that. And otherwise, man, just expecting some beautiful weather. Another nice spring, early summer kind of day, kind of weekend. Settle into the relaxing part of life. Summertime and the living is easy. It's a good time. Good time to be alive. There's so much light. I find it so energizing during the summer. So very much looking forward to our days off, everybody. Thanks for joining us for week 2. Really enjoyed our time here. Couldn't have been more satisfied with how today concluded. I just feel like we can go into the weekend on a note of feeling that all is right with the world, and this trial is maybe going to give us justice. We are maybe going to get justice out of this process that we're witnessing. So we have hope. We have hope, and that's a wonderful feeling to have. Take care of yourselves, guys. Look out for each other. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the mods. All of you, you have been putting in such long hours, hanging out, sharing the links, keeping the conversation light and cool and having a good time. I really can't thank you enough. We would have a hard time doing this. Reality is we couldn't do it without all of you. So appreciate your contributions, and they mean a lot. They make this possible. Everybody, I'm going to go enjoy my time off, my weekend. Maybe got a few things to look at. So might come up with some stuff over the weekend, but we'll see. We'll see how things unfold. If nothing else, keep an eye out Monday morning, guys, bright and early. We got a long week next week. Judge Bev has warned us, so we'll get rested up. We'll be back 5:45 Monday for day 9. Take care, everybody, and see you then.